Should I have
Oh,
to
that's
send
the
my
wrong.
message?
What the hell? That's the wrong screen. This is it. That's the right
Well,
screen. Hey, good start. Hello, everybody. It's Wednesday, my dudes.
What's up, my dudes?
And you know what that means? It's time for some more D&D. I'm ready. I've been looking forward to this session. For anyone that's seen the last week's session, some stuff happened.
stuff. Yes, you could say that.
And now we're going to see what happens next. Over to you, Mr. Berg.
Oh yeah, it's recap time.
Is there any small chance, before we start, Mr. Berg, that you could lower your camera just a touch?
No.
Because like half of your screen is... There you go. Beautiful, beautiful. It's like when the writing is covering your mouth, because I've got your nameplate on the bottom.
My name is Sheldon.
Yes, over to you, sir.
Well, last time on Kerecekian duty, we started the session off strong, with two awkward people downstairs waiting for some people to come back down who were putting ink on paper. They were doing journaling, yes. However, no wait. It started off with the nighttime excursion, or the evening excursion. A certain paladin went to a guardhouse on her own, and a certain lizard went to the market on his own. A certain hobgoblin found the lizard instead of the paladin he was looking for, so he decided to join him on the trip to the market. There we go. Alright, awesome. We're right on track. Well, Scaff and Jen explored the marketplace a little bit in the evening closing hours of the business day. We went about our business, found the objects and items that Scaff was looking for. Jen may or may not have acquired some Molotov cocktails, but has refused to elaborate so far. And they found a suspicious-looking stall in the center of the market, where all the other stalls seemed to point to. And with some casual investigation, they found there was a trapdoor that led down into a lead-lined environment, which the ring of sight could not look into. So they decided to not poke around and try again in the morning to see who operates the stall before coming to any conclusions. Meanwhile, we had a dragonborn paladin by the name of Severa who went to the guardhouse on her own and inquired about like roaming bands of other dragonborn who may or may not have been looking for someone, and tried to glean more information about frequency, about who they were, where they were going to, etc. To glean some information, like they come around, like what was it, every month at least, every week, every 2 weeks. There is a group that is looking for someone that oddly describes a certain paladin we all know and love. We'll meet back up in the guardhouse, discuss certain things we found out. We find out certain things about Severa's past, about certain life in the mountains, about certain acquired tastes that their people might have, so to say, which she shared with Jen, with Scaff eavesdropping in the background because he was not really sure what to do with himself other than that. Didn't sit there and so like, I'm here, I'm listening, but huh? So we learned a bunch of things, very interesting things. We didn't learn about her meat preferences yet, though. I might inquire about that later. But other than that, we found out a lot of things about why she is scared to go back and the sort of upbringing she may have had. Meanwhile, Azura was having a nice bath. Nice
And
soaky
once
bath.
again, missed the law drop.
Missed the Lord up because he was bathing. But no worries.
Yeah.
No worries, because we all settle in for the evening. Severa and Jin share a room. The other two have their own little rooms. It may or may not have been a quiet night. We will never find out. In the morning, after having some food and some conversation was had, some more casual conversation. Jin trying to out-wisdom Scaff, and Scaff trying to out-wisdom Jin on the table. Don't worry, my books are ready. Who knows if we'll need them for tonight. But a little friendly competition is brewing in the wisdom department.
Don't worry, you will need it. You just reminded me. Thank you.
Oh, no worries. I'm happy to help. But we decided to get out as a group and hit up the market first because we wanted to see what was going on over there with the market stall, and maybe if Jin's intuition was correct, with the market stall being run by certain shadowy compartments of a certain city, then they might have a way to gain some allies or a way out. It was around this time that our gracious DM gifted me with a PDF with some very interesting conversational pieces and language for Thieves' Cant, which I'm still very thankful for because it's awesome. But it gave me exactly half an hour to read it and prepare for it. So the following conversation at the market stall, you should definitely check out in the previous episode because it was hilarious. It was a little bit rough around the edges, but it got the point across. The guy is indeed from a more thievery, shadowy
We've lost cameras on
underworld. Cameras? Cameras
I've
there.
done it.
Some more underworldly figure, and we determined that if we have to coin for it, they may be able to make us vamanus out of the city if required. With that knowledge of some allies potentially out there in our back pocket, we decided to take up a certain head of House Xarmanifax Octuvian's invite, which we received earlier that day during the Breaky Fast. And we decided to take him up on that and join him in his tower, where he had to say some things to Azura. Azura got a new title, which is slowly getting to his head, called the Prince. Oh, he's Prince. It appears that Octuvian is trying to install Azura as some sort of rightful heir to the city in some respects because of his potential relation to a certain dragon, Xarmanifax, who adorns a certain square right in front of a certain tower, which also happens to be the Tower of House Xarmanifax. Hence, conversation was had. Two very, very clingy sisters, were, and I agree with our paladin here, trying way too hard to impress the prince, or to throw him off his game, to maybe talk a little more than he maybe should. Who knows? We will never know. And then a private conversation was held between the two gentlemen, Octuvian and Azura, the prince, where it was revealed that Octuvian had a certain book, and he wants a certain set of bracers to attempt to resurrect a aforementioned bunch of bones of a dragon called Xarmanifax, who Octuvian believes to be a gem dragon. And evidence seems to suggest. Some tense conversation was held between the party afterward, which we were initially under the impression that Octuvian wasn't just going to let us walk out of there. We were able to walk right out of there. Probably means that we're less safe in the city than people might think, because if he just lets us walk out of there with everything, breads, a book, bracers, who knows? Bitch knows. He's not going to tell.
Shrek gift.
And coming back to the house that we have been staying at, whose house name I continuously forget, we pretty much left off that session. If I believe.
Wonderful.
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 We'll find out if it's wonderful in this episode of
Kerecekian duty.
Oh god. Oh no.
So did we? Where did we end it? Did we go back to House Gulreen?
We've just left.
Or did we? I think
heading
we
back
just
there.
yeah. I think we stepped out of the tower before we did anything else. That's where we wrapped up. We just wanted to get the tower out of the way. So you all find yourselves stood outside of the front of House Xarmanifax, the towering building behind you, leaving a shadow across you all. The sound of the gently wafting, misting, cooling schwitz sprinkling the doorway. You look over your shoulders and two twin sisters step away into shadow as two guards take their place at the front of the house. No longer carrying fruit and water, but once again carrying sword and board. Turning around and looking just over the nearby building, you can see the looming, ominous figure of Xarmanifax. The skeletal remains. Let the soap opera commence.
Cheers.
And as he would have walked outside, Azur's head is just battered full of information now that he is struggling to process. He would turn to look at the skeleton and be like, I don't know what to believe. I know what I'd like to. I'd like to believe it were true. But it seems there was only one way to prove it. But I just don't know what to do.
I think that is a discussion that we should have here.
No.
In the middle of the road.
You got somewhere we could think.
Think,
Process.
talk, weigh the options of both pros and cons, and come to a level-headed reason of what to do going forward.
Level-headed? Scath, are you alright? What's going on with you?
Well, it's more so that my sending stone message kind of didn't get sent or whatever, so I'm trying to think level-headed and not with emotion.
You didn't get a reply, or did it just not work?
I don't know.
Hmm.
If I get a reply soon, I'd be happy, but
Right.
God knows what she's doing.
We need somewhere we can get the most privacy as well.
Mm,
The less ears that are listening, the better.
Maybe just outside the city.
That's a thought.
We're still close enough to the city to get back if we, absolutely need to. But we're not within the city where any old guard could overhear us.
That'd be probably for the better. As much as I want to trust in the hospitality of our current host, I don't know nearly enough of them to trust them fully.
I don't think it's a conversation that they need to know about at this point in time.
Agreed.
Which is the nearest city gate?
So what time is it? Looks up at the sky.
Time is midday. Because you had your breakfast, you went straight to
market and then straight tower,
and then went to the
like
meeting.
Noonish.
So, yeah. Sun's pretty high.
Okay, well,
it's high noon.
High noon.
It's high noon.
We have enough time. So, same gate we came in through, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
Then find it a good spot.
So you make your way south.
That's it. Put the popcorn down.
Put your popcorn away. You have to
God
yap.
damn, bro! What the fuck?
You have to yap.
You head south, leaving the grounds of Xarmanifax Tower. Passing the camps of the non-Dragonborn servicemen and women. There's always a, I suppose, general aura of positivity that you may feel passively as you pass the camps. It's not squalor. They're not all like bedraggled. Got any spare change? They're all just kind of living within their means. It may be camping, but like you pass it and there's like nods and smiles and waves and people just getting about their business whilst not actively in service. You pass these camps. Has anyone got a passive perception of 18 or more? I believe.
I believe.
Yes.
Certain GM does.
I've got a passive perception of 19, Sir DM.
That's pretty high. With your high passive perception, you notice that in and amongst the servicemen's camps, there is, both to the east and to the west of the camps as you're passing kind of through the middle to the south towards the gate, you notice that there are, you notice it because you've not seen before, actively Dragonborn in the camps. Green of skin, wearing simple leathers, not necessarily formal wear, but simple leather garb, just to cover enough of their skin to protect modesty and go about their day-to-day business. But you can see
Strings and bras. I get it.
Yeah, about 3 or 4 the western camp, 5 or 6 in the eastern camp. Members of House Pursuer. Well, they're just knocking about. They seem to be talking to a few people. You see at least one exchange of coin pouch into hand. Probably reasonable to deduce that they're hiring servicemen or women.
I will inform the group of this change of population.
I think this is probably the first time you've seen any green dragonborn in the city.
Yeah. Actively, anyway.
Yeah. And you continue south towards the main gate. You look up towards the exterior walls and you see patrolling guards. Single, double, up and down, patrolling, watching. You head towards the large open double doors that you get the vibe you've not heard or seen them being opened and closed. It's not as if the city goes into lockdown. I suppose they're there if needs be. They can be shut, and they are thick, heavy, wooden. But they're generally always open. You can head through. No one stops you or... You notice people looking down, pay attention to you, so your presence is noted. But no one stops you or says anything. How far out are you going, and in what direction? As you exit, your immediate visual towards the horizon, like looking out to sea, except instead of water, it's the rising and falling of sand dunes. The beige yellow catching the sunlight. That wave of heat you can see in the distance as you focus your eyesight. But at least for now, there's nothing nearby.
I'm thinking probably not too far from the city wall.
100 feet or so, you know.
Like somewhere along the city wall, away from the gate, with enough distance to the wall. So really just outside.
Give me a quick history check.
Yeah. 17.
You remember that there is a southern and an eastern gate. There is no northern nor western. So, depending on how far you go, will determine how far you are to another gate, should you wish to return to the city.
Turn to the group and I'll suggest we stay sort of close to the wall. Either to the west or the east.
Sounds good.
Would you prefer to have a gate on either side, or should we just go west?
That's
One gate's probably preferred.
yeah.
West it is. Just kind of head along the city wall towards the west.
Yeah, you imagine following the wall with reasonable proximity. You imagine if you were to have a quietened conversation, unless someone was actively paying attention and had really good ears.
They probably wouldn't hear from up there.
They probably wouldn't hear anything. You also reasonably imagine that if you are going to be hugging the wall, attention would be paid at least to recognise where you are in case you're doing anything dodgy by the walls. As previous guards, you will well know. Having eyes and attention paid, even if there's no thing to worry about. So with loose attention paid to you all, you pass as long, far as you want. Find a quiet area, however far away from the wall or close or whatever. But you feel you've got time.
So, Ezra, with everything you've learned and what you've told us so far, what do you want to do?
Honestly, it's still just so much to take in. I have, in one hand, a chance to learn everything I've ever wanted to know about myself, potentially. Questions that have burned me since I could question who I am. And who knows if I'll ever get the chance to have those questions answered again. But on the other hand, it's the potential risk that could occur from seeking those answers. The risk to You guys, the people of this city, and who knows how far reaching.
There is no reward without risk.
I know that.
But going off of that, shouldn't you think and weigh the options up?
I'm trying to. It's when it's something so personal, though. I'm trying to remain objective. It's almost impossible.
Yeah. And I can see it from your point of view. But when you think about it, when are you going to get a chance like this again?
Maybe never.
Exactly.
You two also need to consider there's an issue.
I have considered the issue.
Have you considered the issue that before anything like this could even be considered, there needs to be some mediating to be done?
100%.
We can't just give him what he wants, because what is his goal in the end?
We
don't
know what his goal is. He said.
Yes, but to what end? If there is one.
To bring, if he said is true, your dad back, for one. To bring a creature back from death. Again, that's another option. Yes, there is the option.
There might be a bigger picture to consider, Scath. Think about Doriusai.
I have thought about it. I have truly thought about this in the brief time it's been since we've had this conversation. Now,
the man burned down an entire castle and tried to murder an entire family over a grudge. I don't believe it.
All is fair in warfare.
Well,
over a grudge.
We know that Shozan Kad was his primary target.
Yes.
We know that the sons were targeted.
Now, am I saying what he did was wrong?
No, but listen. But ridding himself of the leadership in Doriusai without actually touching the village or city at all means it's open to new leadership. He might want more control over the north.
He's done it before, or at least attempted.
And we have the greatest gift, what he said. Instead, Azura, as the leader or the new prince or king of Dragoon, you've now got...
Scaff. He'll be a puppet.
For the time being. But that means, because obviously we've not dealt the whole situation, but if it goes our way, we would have Azura instated as the king, prince, whatever of Dragoon, the leader, if we can take Xarmanifax out somewhere, whatever way. Not Xarmanifax,
Octuvian.
That's the one, Octuvian.
But no offense, you want to answer Scaff.
Blood with blood?
No offense, Scaff.
When have we not had blood on our hands?
Azura is no leader.
Right? That doesn't mean anything. Emperors have people under them that rule. Kings have knights and whatnot, but...
Yeah, but we can't use his title to our own ends, then we're no better than Octuvian is.
I'm not thinking... But I'm thinking the long run with this of, if everything goes our way, everything goes our way, Octuvian gets killed, dies, whatever, Azura's then instated. You've got then Azura, powerhouse of Dragoon. You've got our friend here, Jin, the leader of Doriusai. You now control the north. It's going to have peace and prosper that the North has not seen before.
We don't know if Octuvian needs to die.
We also don't know if we can gather any sort of legitimacy.
And
we
then,
haven't even considered the most important thing, Gav.
which is?
Azura, do you want to rule a city? Do you want the responsibility of hundreds, if not thousands, of lives?
I wouldn't even know where to start.
Every ladder has its first step.
This is a heck of a ladder, Mr. Wisdom.
This would not be the first step of a ladder. This would be jumping to the very top with missing every step in between.
Everything can be learned. Everything can be taught.
Before I suggest, before we make any sort of decision of that gravity, or even just if we're going to do this and try to bring back this dragon, there needs to be a conversation with Octuvian.
Now,
we need information from him.
100%.
And we need to make some sort of stability because he knows who Jin is.
Mm-hmm.
And he's ordered an attempt on his life before. Who knows if he still wants him dead? We need to at least work towards... I don't want to call it peace, because I don't know if that is possible currently. But we need to work towards at least a truce. So they can exist without trying to backstab each other.
And thus, why Octavian's told us our plans. If it's the truth, we don't know. But he has got nothing to gain from lying to us. Now,
he has everything to gain from lying to us, Graf.
But we can prevent or manipulate the hand that is dealt. What other option you've got? We've got all the dominoes at this point.
We are holding all the cards. We
exactly
have everything he needs to do what he wants.
Exactly. Now, yes, bringing an ancient dragon back to life is not a good thing in the long run if you want to look at it both ways. But what's the best cause of prevention? You plan for it to go wrong. And when he's in a skeleton state, we can prevent, we can make safeguards, we can plan if he does decide to attack straight away. We can make that terms of the agreement. If he does go berserk to bring him back, then we've got countermeasures already in place. If he doesn't, and the Xarmanifax actually speaks with logic, reasoning, why is that a bad thing?
Who knows what's going to happen, Scath? I think you're thinking too far ahead.
I'm thinking logically.
There is a very big family feud hurdle in the way of everything.
100%. I'm not denying that.
So we need to think about figuring that out first and what we're going to do if it goes either way.
Mm-hmm. But all I would just
then we can think about reviving a dragon, potentially.
Yeah. But I'll put it this way across. We've listened to a man. His intentions might be true or what not. It could be just yes or no. I don't know. That's for the future to determine. But would it be so mad if it was somebody that we actually know that said this?
Yes, because you're asking to revive a dragon.
What's worse?
An unknown entity.
Okay, I'll put it to you this way. What's worse? Try to bring an ancient dragon back to life, or potentially opening a portal to the Nine Hells and letting a massive demon army come through? Tell me the difference. Why was that a good idea and this isn't?
You're trying to argue this with me when it was you who wanted to do it?
I didn't want to do it. My sister was the one that wanted to do it. I went along with it because it's family. What's the difference between that and this? You went along with it because you know
That
me.
it was known and confirmed family.
Right?
He might not be Xarmanifax's son, and Xarmanifax might not give a crap.
But it's the same situation. You
Is it
was
though?
willing to open. Yes.
Azura already has a family, and they're not giant dragons. And they're not in the Seven Hells.
But how do you know?
Because he has two
raised him.
parents at home, Scaff. They raised him from an egg.
But do you,
This
would
is
you
not
not
a
want-
this
any
is not
mistake
this
as
is not comparable.
Octuvian is, Gav. Octuvian thinks he'll be able to control the variables even in the slightest of ways. Just like my father always tried to control all the variables, no matter how small, how big. To gain whatever upper hand he wants to gain, whatever end game there is to play. There is no end game, Scaff. There is no end game without Azura here.
But at this point,
Octuvian needs a fall guy. If it goes wrong and he cannot get the houses to accept the legitimacy of whatever claim he's going to put out there. He needs a guy to blame if the dragon goes on a rampage or if the dragon does something wrong or unexpected. Maybe the dragon wants to be king. That's unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
Blame the
For him.
Dragonborn who wanted to see him. Blame his son.
Let's not play him, but it's still the same situation. How do we know Xarmanifax isn't Azura's true dad?
Don't.
Exactly.
But we knew that Steel was your sister.
But it's the same thing.
It is
You were still-
not.
You were still allowing somebody to open a portal to the 9 hells. If that went wrong, that would have unleashed devastation more than this ancient dragon ever would. But just because you knew somebody, it was okay compared to this situation. Let's swap the roles. If Octuvian wanted to open a 9 hells to save somebody who knew we don't know, would you have allowed it?
Considering the man he is, probably not.
Doesn't matter what the type of man it is. Would you have allowed it and let me resurrect a dead ancient dragon?
Does matter who he is, though.
But swap the roles.
I see what you're
Would you
saying, Scaff.
Would you-
I see the point you're trying to make, Scaff, but like I said, you're thinking too far ahead. We're currently not discussing if we're going to do it or not. We're currently discussing that something needs to happen between Shozan and Xarmanifax before we can even consider the options.
And like I said, we hold all the cards. We can put.
Don't.
What do we not hold?
My life. My brother's lives. One of them is probably dead. My mother who died. My father who's probably imprisoned beneath his tower. With the basis of this conflict, we hold none of the cards.
I
We
get
hold the
what you're
cards
saying,
for what comes next.
and
If
that's
there is a
why
next.
we enter into actual proper negotiations. We ask for these. We ask for that. Protect this. Do this.
What do we ask for? My mother's
Ceasefire.
life back?
Ceasefire. No more attempts on your families or
There
your
is no
life.
ceasefire. The only one at war is me.
I have
As far as he's concerned, he's done.
lots of
I know.
questions I need answered.
But are you done though, Jin?
I don't know. I want to understand more.
And that's why we have conversations like we are having now in place where every party can
Yeah, but
have.
we're not negotiating about what comes next.
No, we're negotiating the future. we're talking about things that will affect the future. That is what we're negotiating with. I'm not saying it's a good plan or a bad plan, but I'm just trying to think of the future. Where does it end? Where do we stop? There's always bigger, badder things out there.
At a time, Scaff.
I'm not saying not one step at a time.
The first thing that needs to be discussed is what is Octuvian's plans for Doriosai and the family Shozan. Is he done? If not, is he willing to cease his crusade against the Shozan family? If
To know why he did it.
Yeah.
There has to be a good reason for murdering an entire family.
When we talked, he said that your father, Jin, he said he took everything from him.
I can tell you exactly what he took. Wow.
Jin, no offense, but what you've said of your father and what not, it's like
This has something to do with you too, Scott.
They've been
because
in a massive...
I know what he took.
What did he take?
He took Octuvian from Octuvian. My father won a war in name of Octuvian. He was poised to take over most of the north. There is no more Doriosai. Octuvian does not have a standing army. He does.
What else did he lose during that war?
Honor, pride.
Family?
Maybe. I don't know who fought in it from their side.
That may
But a
be
man
why.
as ambitious as him, and as freely as he's been gifting you, his daughters, I doubt
Bitch.
a son is much of concern to a man like that.
But it may be why he struck back the way he did.
Oh, probably.
Maybe, but we don't know for sure. That's what we need to find out. And
You
We
can
need
only
him
have
to stop.
You could only have one powerhouse in the north, and they will have a massive pissing contest over years.
Probably. This is the freedom and the sanctity of a city over another city.
And how do you negotiate peace between two sides? You talk. You ask for things. You enter things into contracts. Trade. Marriage. It's the usual thing.
We know the things he wants.
You are a better man than your father.
What is
I'm
he
not worried
willing
about my father
to accept for them?
You are a better man than your father, Jin.
I'm not worried about who I am.
I never said that, but you are a better man. End the war, end the bloodshed, end it with a handshake. End the squabbling, end the ceaseless deaths. Work towards that future. And then we can work towards actually having trust between each other whilst we deal with the Xarmanifax issue.
Thing is, it's not an issue yet.
You know this be true.
I also know that there's currently only one standing army in the north, Scaff. And if Octuvian follows through with his ambition, installs our friend as the de facto ruler, effectively installing himself as a de facto ruler, he's going to go back to what he's always had the ambition to do.
You really
But you
think
don't
I would
know this.
allow him to use me in that way?
You're saying this, Jim, but you don't know this.
That is what he lost, Scaff.
Lost.
Opportunity of power.
Past. Future.
What do you think he needs a dragon for, Scaff? Keep around as a pet?
That's why.
I think we just, one of us who is the most neutral, we need to have a conversation with him, figure out what he wants, why he did the things he did, and then we can determine if his mind has changed or not.
Agreed.
If he has changed, and I'll look at Jin, are you willing to accept a truce as the new head of your family?
There's something we need to confirm before I can truly claim that spot.
That is something I will ask.
But would you be willing to do the truce?
You could be the mediator for your family.
Some of the strongest alliances in the past was forged on bitter rivalries from the past.
Rivalries, sure. I don't know.
But if you're not
Depends
willing
what he has to offer.
I believe he's laid his cards out flat on the table for us.
That means he
Maybe
has
not.
nothing to offer.
Except the truce and the friendship going forward.
Gath,
That
we don't know yet if Xarmanifax wants a truce. It is something that I will have to suggest to him as well.
100%.
Because, I mean, he already knows that Jin is here.
And then,
who knows? He could have another attempt made on his life at any moment. Who knows if he doesn't have more of these little darts?
Honestly, knowing that he knows Jin's here, if that was the case, he probably would have tried already.
Not in our presence.
Mm-hmm.
He wouldn't dare to piss off the other houses, I think, either.
And then,
do they? I wonder, do they know? Do they know what he did?
We saw in the marketplace. There are other people here who still trade, who still have traded with Doriosai and still sell their goods.
Oh yeah, but like he's not after the people, sir.
No, but I mean,
he's after the wealth, right?
If the other houses,
by destroying.
If the other houses don't know about what he did to the Shozan family,
would they side with him then?
Would they side with him if they stood at risk of being the next target? If they don't,
I wonder how much they know. There's a reason that our current hosts brought in a diplomat. I wonder what.
That's probably why he hasn't.
Tensions are brewing.
That's probably why he hasn't tried to take full control of Dragoon. I mean, the moment he tried, the other houses would probably unite against him.
Probably. The Dragonborn we've talked to so far in House Goreen, they seem to be apprehensive, but passive. They're, I wouldn't say scared, but careful.
So,
and again, they brought in a seasoned diplomat.
I think what needs to happen is there needs to be a conversation with Octuvian, and there need to be conversations with the heads of the other houses.
Let's see what they know.
To see where they stand.
But I would also, before we do even make any sort of deals, actually try and look into if Xarmanifax is anywhere related to Azura.
Azura, you said he had. Did he clue into any other possibilities to find out whether or not it is true, or did he just say?
He said that he used the blood Took all of the blood.
We have some, though.
We have.
The darts, Azura.
It's mixed in with darts. I mean, is there a way to test blood?
Magically? Possibly.
This. Okay.
Because
if it could be done that way, then maybe.
Pitch, do we know of any other known dragon remain?
Nope.
Just straight up, no.
Because if we can determine, if even for an ounce,
In the interest, sorry to cut in there, Dwarf. I'll give you a history check, but it'll be fucking hard. But who knows?
Nah. 12. Nah.
Like a likely assumption, like even though dragons haven't been seen for however long, everyone knows, whether it's through what wives' tale, nursery rhyme, story around a campfire, people are aware of the existence of dragons. The existence of the dragonborn race alone speaks testament to that. Everyone has origins. The powers that they behold must have come from somewhere. The remains of Xarmanifax is again testament to that. But beyond, the fact that if dragons were here at some point, they must be whether they've died, gone somewhere, But you can't put your finger on, this remain was found here, or there was reference of archaeological digs here that found something, you got no idea.
Okay.
but if Azure is related to Xarmanifax, any sense, wouldn't it not be worth trying? Now, if it turned out there's no link, there's no relation, and this is all just like a ploy, 100%, we fuck it, Octuvian in the ass with a spear, shield, sword, arrow, whichever one you want. But if there was chance for Azura to know his past, his true parentage, is that not worth trying to achieve something?
And if it is true, would Xarmanifax listen to Octuvian over his own son?
Who knows?
If
In the end, I don't want to keep you from this opportunity, Azura, but I hope you understand other things need to be done first.
There needs to be
and determined
a
first.
lot done.
But if it's worth it, is for you to decide.
I will. Yeah, I know. But if I do decide that we go ahead with that, I will not do it until we are fully prepared that if it goes wrong, we take him down, father or not.
Thus, countermeasures. We can plan, we can prepare, we can put countermeasures in place for this. This is the best opportunities because we have time for this.
Right.
We have the unique
you
opportunity.
prepare against an ancient dragon, even reborn.
That's the perfect thing, Jin. It's dead.
Currently, yeah.
Exactly. But we still hold that key to bring it back.
There haven't been dragons in centuries. There's nobody alive that knows how to deal with. They dealt with themselves.
Exactly. That's why we have that perfect thing called time. We can research, we can make countermeasures, we can think of things going wrong. But first,
Azura,
we need to...
Did Octuvian seem willing to be patient? Just from what you've said, he seems to be a little bit on the impatient.
When you left the room, when we talked alone, his physicality changed. When you were in the room, he seemed to be holding him up, wanting to appear strong. When you left, it is almost as though he aged in front of me. He is old. He is afraid that his time is coming to an end, and that he wanted to leave a legacy for his family name. That is what he said to me. For him, for his daughters.
Well, doesn't seem like the patient type to me. Because say his age got to him tomorrow, he'd leave behind a family feud unresolved.
With whoever is next in his line to resolve.
That's what worries me most.
If we truly do have time, we can't really say.
I mean, it didn't seem like he was going to die in the next few days, but...
It's hard to determine such things. Yeah. He could have died by the time we went out here and go back in.
You sounded positive then. But yeah.
I'm just saying, you can't tell when someone is going to die.
Unless you're the one doing it to them. Well.
Anyhow,
Much of my hair's first blood, Azura. I'd rather not leave this city with one of the heads of the houses on our name.
I mean, we could just technically leave. We've got everything we need. We can just fuck right off.
I don't think Azura wants that, and I don't think that is a good
No.
idea.
Plus, you know me, Scath. I am a man of my word. I promised him we would at least discuss.
So, how are we
is
going to do
tomorrow.
this? Who is going to speak with Octuvian?
There is only one choice. And that's you, Zephyr.
Look at Scath.
Can you speak with a clear head, though, Zephyra?
I can.
Can you?
I can.
He stole your sister's book.
I can, and I've now got it back.
Well, now. Still, he stole your sister's book.
No remorse.
Mm-hmm.
No remorse.
Oh, I would happily put an arrow into his eye socket. But
There you go.
But I can still think and speak absolutely clear as day.
I can too.
What if his daughters are there?
They were just...
Yes, and
they were just all over him because they were probably imagining some great prince ever since they've been little girls. Also, I agree with Jin's idea that they were just there to distract.
Yeah.
They were trying way too hard. It was embarrassing for me to see as a woman. Ugh.
Look, we could have got our boy a bit of journaling done.
If he wants to journal with them, he still can. I won't stop him.
I'll give him a vial of ink and an inkwell.
It's okay.
They can provide the paper, though.
Don't worry about that.
He still can journal with them if he wants.
Azura, Scaff. I say we let Severin do it.
Agreed.
But it might be worth cluing in a certain probably centuries old, with equal amounts of experience diplomat. Seeing what she has to say. She's here for a reason.
King, you mean? I mean...
Our lavender-scented guest.
Nefene. She has a name.
I am bad with names, I'm sorry.
But,
I can speak with her, see if she would come along.
I mean,
can we trust her though?
I think we can trust her better than a lot of people in this city.
It's a bit of a coincidence we meet her in.
I think it speaks to the situation in the city, Scaff, that there's tensions brewing. That a house would seek the aid of an experienced diplomat.
He was
From a
brought in
different
from
continent.
From a different continent. Yes.
It's just more the coincidence of meeting her in the city back all them weeks ago, to meeting her in this pass.
I don't know about that. A lot of things are happening at the same time, Scaff. I mean, I remember Salgard getting almost burned to the ground over a set of bracers from an unknown party that we still haven't identified.
Which
Loctopus, the cathedral has a hole in it. Recent.
I brought this to your attention yesterday. It's like, the other day, I feel like we're being distracted too easy. We set off on a mission, but yet we've not done nothing to even accomplish that.
Move towards the direction we were going to.
Is it?
We are going to a set of ruins that is beyond Kerecekian. And then we're swinging back to an ancient tree that has the other bit.
But it's just, like I said, I feel like we're being distracted by my family stuff.
Are you? Well, it can be helped, Scath. Would you rather we just ignore all the people we care about to find some ancient artifacts? I don't think so.
I told you when my family shit to just go. I said I'll deal this myself, but you were like, no.
And you would not have a sister today if we had.
Fucking Markwai.
Don't go blaming the pretty boy now.
Wonder how he's doing.
He just had to ask.
Don't go blaming the pretty boy.
But
we've been far less distracted than you might imagine, Scaff. Far less.
But I think conversation is needed.
Right. And while I go to Octuvian, do you think you guys would be able to check on the houses? The other houses?
We could check on the houses.
Well, with our speaking skills?
Yes.
We could speak to Nefene King. We could...
I mean, you have an all-knowing lizard now, apparently.
Again, with our speaking skills?
You want me to come along to every conversation? Come on, boys.
I think it might be smart that the one person that knows how to negotiate and suss things out is the one to speak to the other houses, yeah.
And plus, if anything does go south whilst you speak to him, I think it'd be best if we were close.
It has to be on neutral ground. And both parties will probably want people nearby anyway.
Where are we going to find neutral ground?
But pick up 2 parasols from the market, a table, and a set of chairs.
Are we making a beach bar?
A beach bar. A beach bar. There's a sand dune right behind us that seems
we're making a beach
this
bar.
time of year.
We just need to get some stocks.
We need to get
no, no stocks, please.
Too soon?
Too soon.
Right. The beach bar.
Point that finger and command stare.
But
Shows
Why
you're
don't
in
we?
old
Why don't
person.
we? Why don't we set up a meeting on neutral ground? We send him a missive, maybe with one of his guards. Who knows? And we arrange a meeting on neutral ground. And if he shows up, we talk. If he doesn't show up, then we know he's unwilling to even consider.
We kill.
No, we don't. Dang
This is
it,
why
Scaff.
weren't going to send you.
Oh my goodness.
I'm only joking. I'm only joking here.
Right.
Mm.
I'm more than happy to negotiate and prosper, peace and prosperity for the future.
Maybe if we say that we sent the missive on behalf of the prince, it might give us a bit more leverage.
I want to get this book as far away from here as I can.
I'd rather not give him a set of bracers with thousands of souls trapped.
Put the book into the bag.
We need to try to get the book back to your sister as soon as possible.
And until then, it is safely kept in the bag.
There's this thing on.
I could also chuck it under my armor if you wanted me to, but
No!
it might be a bit sweaty by the time she gets it back then.
No offense. I'd rather not taint it like that.
Wow.
Fair enough.
Because, yes, I appreciate the offer.
Put it in the bag.
I don't want to.
I am not going to touch it, Scaff. Holds bag open.
Doesn't know how to use it anyhow.
I mean, actually, I wonder if there's a way of being able to teleport us to her from here with her book.
Know how to read it. You don't know how to read it. Azura definitely doesn't know how to read it. And Jin has a wizard brother, but probably also not.
Hey, I only found out he was a wizard when I met him again in Loctorpian.
But you have a wizard brother.
You're a wizard, are you?
Well, no longer wizard, maybe.
Womp, womp, womp.
Lost his touch with magic somehow. We'll see.
Tainted with dragon blood.
Yes, but
Poisoned dragon blood, mind
poisoned
you.
dragon blood.
Then
Put
there's
it-
also that, which we can try to find out information.
Either you keep it safe on yourself, Scath, or we put it in the bag for now, until we can get it back to Sarazella somehow.
I'll be AFK. My food's here. Sorry.
Okay, bye, Scath.
Straight away.
But let's get a missive written and sent off with one of the guards, and then let's see if he agrees. Where do we think we could meet? Outside the city?
That might be smart.
Sort of the spot. Out of
Like
the
I said, that sound
out of
dune
this-
seems great.
out of the southern gate and to the west.
You comfortable with that?
Fine.
We're gonna be exposed on the outside for a while.
Let's do it.
If I meet him in his tower, I won't be any more or less safe.
More men that were outside the gate, we're towards the side where certain groups of people come down every 2 weeks.
Nom 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 nom.
If they come down at night, I think we'll be fine.
Come on at night. Most
It'll be
Tastes like chicken.
It'll be fine. Right. So let's get back to the house. Write a missive. Send it with one of the guardsmen. And then we'll see.
Pray.
Probably.
I mean,
I need to meditate.
Do we wish to talk to Nephene as well?
I'm just saying that her expertise might be smart.
if we're good, I'm just thinking if we're going to send this missive, and you're going to speak on obviously behalf as a paladin, is it worth going in your armor or not to show faith, or?
We're not sending her in unprotected.
I don't think my armor matters much, Scath.
No.
It's also
It is.
that.
It is basically a fancy looking tin can, and it's very shiny, but it doesn't represent me as a paladin. If you want to take something away from me that represents me as a paladin, or give me some, or let me keep something, it would be my shield. Have you looked at that shield? Do you see that giant snake on it?
Yeah. Plus, if he decides to use magic, armor's not really going to do much.
It needs a new symbol on it, but it's a impressive shield.
Ooh.
Okay, Mr. Cleric Man, take a step back, okay? Just because you worship the Heavenly Mother doesn't mean that the High Summer Serpent is any less.
Look at my tail. I should more worship of it.
Wisdom tells me that it is not recommended.
Plus, I think a dragon tail hurts a lot more than a lizard tail.
I
But
need to
anyhow,
meditate. Badly.
I'll start making my way back towards the gate.
yeah. I'm sure we can get Scuffy to send a missive from Magda or someone at House Green.
Not yet met the head of House Green.
What?
Is it Magda? Oh, I thought it was someone else.
Mommy Magda!
So you're heading back to Green. I'm just chilling with my back on.
Yes, we are.
You make your way back along the wall. You make your way back into the gate. You make your way a short distance from the entranceway. And now your vision changed from empty sand dunes to the magnificent, picturesque sand city of Dragion. Easy enough, you get back to House Golreen.
As we're walking over, I'll go to Zafira. With regards to Lady King,
Yes.
might it be worth her being there when you speak to Octuvian as a
I don't know if she has much.
independent?
I don't know if she has much input, but you can ask her if she wants to, I suppose. But for that, we would have to know why she's. Well, she's told us she's here to, as a diplomat for House Golreen. But why exactly she didn't tell us.
Maybe speak to her as well. Just see if she has any insight into House Xarmanifax and anything else that might be useful when you are talking to Octuvian. For all that's who she was here to mediate between Golreen and...
Who knows who she's here to mediate between.
I'm pretty
But
sure
I suppose I can ask her, but I have a missive to write first.
Yeah.
I'll sit down at a table inside the house, and I'll get some parchment and my ink pot and quill. And I think I want to write it in Draconic.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Ça va?
Comment ça va?
Be my
Bonjour.
guest.
Yeah.
Let's meet on neutral ground, we guest.
Bonsoir. Comment ça va? Come meet me outside the gate, s'il vous plaît.
Je m'appelle Zafira. Mon ami Azure.
Au revoir, monsieur.
So you write a missive.
Yes.
Point out, Jin.
Are the details important, or are you just asking my man to come for a meeting outside the city?
Guess I'll ask him to meet me outside the city. At the southern gate, a little to the west, on neutral ground to have a discussion. About the next steps and to clear some questions.
Any other particulars in the missive?
That he can bring guard if he wishes to.
That's what I was getting at, but I didn't want to lead. It's like, am I coming alone? Am I coming with friends?
No, he can bring friends if he wants, but the conversation he can bring guard if he wants to, but the conversation will be between us.
Yeah. Okay.
Him and me on behalf of the prince, which is what I'll actually write into the missive. And I'll sign it, and I'll hand it over to Azura to sign as well. Your Highness, I say mockingly as
Blue
I...
crayon.
Okay.
I say mockingly as I scooch over the parchment. Your signature, please. How are you holding a quill? Oh.
Squash all the feathers in his palm.
My quill!
As Zafira is writing this missive, I'll just get Jin. How far are we staying back for this?
A couple 100 feet.
Couple hundred.
Maybe 2.
Maybe stay at the city gates.
We'll set up a perimeter. We'll invite his guard to be on the perimeter. And then we'll make the perimeter as tight or as loose as he seems comfortable with.
I just don't want to be too far in case all happens.
Yeah, you have a long enough aim, and I move fast enough.
Are you that quick to get that close that quick?
If I need to be, I can be there in a couple seconds.
I have no doubt in Zafira pulling this off. I know she'll be able to ask the correct questions and ask them perfectly, but it's just more... Who sniggered?
Me. I have so much confidence. I'm a nervous wreck, I'm not gonna lie.
I think we had every faith in her when it came to saving your sister.
You're from it.
No, don't worry about it. That's just me. That's not Zafira. Zafira doesn't doubt.
Yes.
Where were I? Shit. It's just more. I have enough doubt in Zafira being able to negotiate correctly, but it's just if it does go south.
I have to be very honest with you. If it does go south, will be a total of 4 people versus probably the at least 20 guard he'll bring. Plus himself. I wouldn't be surprised if the sisters are going to be in the perimeter as well. They're magically inclined. He's going to have more aces up his sleeves than we will be able to counter.
It's what do we do if it does go south?
We fight until we die, Scaff.
Divine intervention it is.
We'd go and resurrect a dragon while he's distracted.
You are doing that, I will burn down Dragoon!
Oh yeah, you're going to fight. Let me just hold the bag. Right, so you write your missive. Who are you giving it to?
I'm going to neatly fold it up. And I'm going to actually step outside and wave down a Xarmanifax guard.
Can't see any.
Great. Then I shall go to the tower. And hand it to a guard there.
Yeah, when you get
Where's
in
it,
relative proximity, you get past the camps. When you get in relative proximity of the tower, you can see some guards. There's just none outside of House Green.
That's fair. That's fair enough. That's fine. I will
Yep.
approach one of those Xarmanifax guards.
The sun is high this afternoon.
It is. I have a missive from the prince that he would like to be
You see his eyes
delivered
widen ever so slightly.
to Octuvian.
Absolutely.
And I'll hand over the parchment.
Takes it. Anything else?
No, that was it. Utmost importance, please.
Absolutely. May she watch you. And he drags his fingers across his eyes and turns and walks away.
I will take that as message delivered. Maybe left unread, who knows. But I'll go back.
Blue tick. Oh, God.
Whatever. I ain't meeting anyone.
Now, when I asked for particulars,
Yeah.
you stated outside the city, a bit to the west. Bring your guards if you want. Did you put a time on it?
I said, I said late morning.
So tomorrow.
So not tomorrow, late morning.
Okay.
So not
I
quite
just missed
noon.
that bit.
But
I wasn't going to bring it up. I'm sitting there thinking, what other particulars are important? Perhaps
No,
a time and a date.
No, I said.
Yeah, I'll have a meeting. When?
But yeah, like not quite noon, but also not when the sun has just risen.
So late morning tomorrow. So you've got a day.
Yeah.
Well, you've got, an afternoon. Oh.
Oh. No, he's got the spicy juice. He's going to make terrible decisions.
This is why we didn't choose to send Scar.
That is true.
So with a missive
I'll,
delivered.
Yeah.
Or handed over to a guard at least. Did you
Well,
just
I
fold?
did all I
Did
could
you
do.
just fold it up, or did you seal it?
No, it's just folded up.
Cool.
How would I seal it? I don't have a
Well,
wax seal.
There's candles. Candles and a thumbprint. Burns so good.
Miss half damage from fire. Yeah.
So I guess you head back to House Green.
I will.
Meet up with boys.
Yeah.
The boys.
That boys.
I've handed over our missive to one of those Xarmanifax guards.
You did put in it that I wouldn't be there.
I
hope
said
he's not
that
expecting
he would
to
be.
see it.
I said that he would be talking to me on your behalf.
Okay, that's good.
You read it. You were sitting right next to me, Zora.
I don't know. You just passed me a thing and said, "Sign this."
Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, Kerecekian, help me with these guys.
I just scrolled up and went, "I agree."
Fucking T's and C's.
What do you mean, these guys?
It's in fucking Draconic.
You know what I mean, Scar. Right. I think I need at least one more bath to mentally prepare myself for this. Also, can't be too sweaty if I want to do this. I need to clear my mind. Don't look at me like that, Scath. I don't know what you're thinking about.
I've got a straight face.
Well, if anyone needs anything from me, I'll be upstairs.
Well, I was going to say, did you want to see if Miss King was here first to talk to her before you did anything? Sorry.
I suppose I could.
Might be
What
useful.
time-
But I don't know if it is necessary or necessarily helpful if we have her there.
But if he's...
Her advice, at the very least.
And if he is going to be turning up with guard and you're on your own...
I'm not on my own. You guys are still coming. You're just not involved in the conversation.
Oh, I thought you were just going by yourself.
I mean, I could. I know that a certain hobgoblin won't let me.
Haru
Yeah,
objects.
David won't let you.
Well, if I did go and never came back, you guys would know what happened. But, yes, I'm not going alone. You're all coming with me.
Yes, then that wouldn't be good. I wonder if there's a way to get on top of the wall where the guard walk before people are allowed up there.
I'll have a look around while he's thinking about this to see if I can spot Magda anywhere.
No.
No? I'll go and look behind the...
I gather you're all in the foyer.
I'll look behind the beaded curtain, stick my head in, have a look around back there.
Sat at the tables that have been pushed to one side after the morning meal. You can see Magda and Ms. King.
I'll give Azura a look. She's over here.
Excellent. Come on, let's go and have a chat.
Lead the way, Your Highness. And I'll
Don't.
gesture for the beaded curtain and take a step back.
What time of day is it, by the way, Pidge?
It was high noon when
High noon.
you were out. You started, so early afternoon.
As Zephyr says that, I'll just turn back to Scath. You know what? I know what it feels like, you being constantly called squad commander now. God, it's annoying.
Squad leader, get it
Exactly.
right, Azura.
Spot leader.
Squad leader?
Fucking hate you lot.
Well, I feel your pain.
Please, Your Highness, after you.
Yes, Your Highness, please.
Don't you start.
How many times did you call me squad leader?
My lord.
No. I was going to... But I'll help me.
Oh, so
tongue.
everyone has a title now. Great.
Who does?
Well, you're a prince, Your Highness. He's a squad leader. He's a lord.
Is he?
You're a lady.
Am I?
I don't know. Are you?
Am I?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. I didn't think you had it.
You just don't know it yet.
Oh?
He is a paladin of Kerecekian. That is
that
title
is.
enough.
Okay. Yeah, true.
Haru knows.
What can I do?
I didn't think Haru was a lord.
Yeah, he is.
I know someone else who's a lord, but I didn't
Haru's
think Haru
lovely.
was.
Jin is just making mental notes.
Anyway, you owe me an arm wrestle still, you know that.
Please. And I'll hold the beaded curtain for Azura. Please.
Your Highness.
Your Highness, go ahead.
I step through.
I'll follow.
And I will approach where Magda and Nephine are sitting. Lady Magda, Lady King.
Good afternoon.
Magda's just munching. Nom.
Just got some table nuts.
Scath!
Regrets nothing.
How did your meeting go?
Well,
Say no more. How can I help?
well, we are going to be having further discussions with Octuvian.
Was a decision not made?
There's too much to...
Forgive me for assuming. And she turns to Nephane briefly and shrugs subtly, and then looks back at you.
There's lots that needs to be discussed before we can come to any decisions, unfortunately. Which is why, Lady King, we understand that you are here as a diplomat for Lady Magda.
Indeed I am.
Would you be willing to accompany us to our latest discussion? Because we feel we need someone with more skills in diplomacy and discussion.
Her brow furrows a little bit.
Zafira kind of just side eyes as the rest he says that, like, not good enough for you.
Yeah, motherfucker.
Come on, bitch.
And forgive me, I don't mean to assume it wouldn't befit a diplomat well, so I shall ask for clarity. May I know the topic of the discussion? And she kind of looks at Magda, who nods subtly.
And I'll look at Zafira and, well, do you think it is? We can let them know?
I don't need all of the details, I just need to know if it's... rather than me assuming.
It is a discussion that needs to be had to settle a long-standing feud.
Oh, definitely not what I was thinking it was then. I can perhaps advise when is this meeting to happen?
Late morning tomorrow.
I can mediate as a neutral party, should you wish, but if... well, quite confusingly, if you're not discussing what I was thinking, then I can't get involved, but...
I also don't mean to assume, but I see where Azura is coming from, but I don't know if adding a third party who is here on behalf of someone else might be the best idea.
As I say, I can happily advise.
I actually have a question for you. Would you advise having a zone of truth to be said?
It depends on the topic of the conversation.
There are lots of questions that need answering, and if they are not answered truthfully, will further hinder things.
Well, depending on the nature of it, a zone of truth inherently alludes to a lack of trust, which is often the case. It's hard to explain your way through a zone of truth just in case. Ultimately, it lies in a lack of trust.
And if a zone of truth was set by a third party, by an independent party,
you'd have to find someone who could cast it. And of course, zone of truths aren't foolproof.
No, they're not.
Quite often when people are put into a zone of truth that they don't want to be in, they can always work their way around answers as long as they don't directly lie.
That's
which
true.
Often causes more issues. I suppose, depending on what you're trying to determine, if you're trying to figure out if someone is lying, then a zone of truth could be your best ally, because they can't lie, and if they talk indirectly, that belays that they're probably trying to lie, or avoid lying directly. But if the case isn't to determine lies, you're trying to determine intent, then perhaps find someone who is good at reading people. For if someone is insightful, they can tell when people are lying that way.
Right.
Okay.
It's very more complicated than I thought it would be. I'm going to ask you a question.
Yes.
And forgive me for not giving more detail, because it's potentially quite very important. But I'm going to judge, based on whether you know what I'm talking about or not, as to whether my assumptions were correct or not. If I was to mention the Eve in 3 days' time, does that mean anything to you?
Does it? Page.
Bluff.
I am in no...
Then that's fine. Then my assumptions were correct to... I was correct to not assume your intent. I can't and I shan't say any more, because it is important, and as representative for House Gulreen, I shan't say any more. You see Magda's just sat there with her eyes wide. So, yes, if you need my advice, I can be there.
I appreciate the offer and your willingness to assist, but I think I'll manage.
As you are.
I'll give her a smile and a nod, and I'll give Magda a smile and a nod, and I'll leave again through the beaded curtain.
And I'm sorry about that. I've had a bit of a day. Forgive me for asking. What was it that you thought I was alluding to when I asked if you could help?
Unfortunately, I can't tell you.
Okay. Thank you anyway. I'll step up and just nod to both of them and walk out.
If it becomes apparent, my dear, then good luck. But if it does not, then do not worry. Forgive me for the vagueness. And she looks at Magda again, who's like kind of just tapping her claws on the desk.
That's not fucking ominous at all.
Okay, thank you.
Have a nice afternoon. And say congratulations to your lady friend, by the way.
Congratulations.
Yes. I've asked Magda for a thicker pillow for the other side of my head tonight.
Right. Okay.
Listen, we weren't even in the room next to her, right? Dang.
The hallway's not wide enough either, apparently.
I wonder why I asked for the farthest away room.
Just shrug and walk out.
Journaling. Beautiful activity.
Berg, where was Jin stood towards that conversation?
Probably behind the beaded. Yeah. With my passive, would have been able to make out most of that.
Yeah, they weren't hushed.
Because obviously during that conversation, especially when they were saying certain ominous things, I would have tried and caught Jin's eye with that. It's like, you heard what they're fucking saying here? Because that does not sound good to me.
Sounds like they know something we don't.
3 days. That sounds too ominous, that. What the time of year we're on, is anything coming up in the...
I can tell you now you've got no idea about... Yeah, there's no pending weather event or, you don't know what she's on about. That's why she questioned it, to be sure that she didn't potentially put her foot in her mouth. And that you were talking about the thing she thought you were, which you weren't.
Right, so there's no special, like, astrological solstice or anything like that coming up?
No.
In the next 3 days?
Not that you know.
That's what I'm asking.
If you want to give me a survival or a nature check to see if you can recall any pending astronomical weather. The Scaff looks to the skies, deep in thought. Am I missing to change its stars?
13.
Not that you can recall.
Okay. Say to Jin, quietly.
Is this while the conversation's going on? Because Zafira's on her way back.
Yeah, because I was trying to get Jin's attention for this. Let me say to him. I think our welcome is getting a little bit thin here.
Only the reason.
Assume the worst always.
I know, yeah. Just sat here with me popcorn like, fucking hell, everyone wants to kill you.
They're probably here for a reason, Scaff. And they probably think that we're here for that reason as well. I have no idea what that reason could be, though. No reason to assume right now. If there is something upcoming, I think we'll find out soon enough.
Very insightful, Mr. Jin.
Jin is winning the wisdom rolls today.
Curiosity never killed the cat.
Killed the Dragonborn, though.
Nearly.
Zafira comes out the curtain. What you talking about?
That he owes me an arm wrestle still.
Oh. I want to see that.
Because I beat him last time.
True.
I'll arm wrestle, yeah?
Ooh. I'm never one to back down from a challenge. All right.
Come on, lizard boy. Let's do this. Sits down across on the table. Go on.
Okay. I'm going to roll it on D&D Beyond.
Oh.
D&D Beyond.
Both of you on D&D Beyond. Keep it fair.
Strength or athletics?
Be a contested strength check, probably.
Yeah, athletics.
Athletics. Slams it on the table. Well.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that's underwater.
I don't see what you got.
And that one.
Fucking hell.
I got a 20. I got a 27.
Was it 7?
Yeah.
Breaks hand.
Why haven't you just been picking up houses?
Throws him across the room.
Strength is my best stat. Donk. Was that all?
That's 2 out of 3.
He gets up from a pile of books like,
Oh. Sure, if you want another go.
What I do? That's better.
That's better, yeah. Let's see. Oh, wrong button. Ooh, that's a tough.
Stalemate.
What's your mod? Wait, I didn't even roll athletics. I rolled strength. Oh wait, I rolled strength, not athletics. Whatever.
1 for 1. The winner.
When it takes all.
There you go.
Ooh.
Wait, no, that's the next one. I'll take the strength roll for the last one. Last one was a tie. Fair enough. 1. 1 tie 1. Yes.
I think we'll end it there.
Oh. You want to walk away with 1 win? Oh.
Side doesn't count. Still best of 3.
Yeah, it's still 1-1.
Last one.
I'll sort of like lean into Scott. Come on now, big guy.
Oh.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Jin put me off.
Oh yeah, sure. Listen, he puts me off too. He's distracting, all right? But you know.
Fucking handsome face on him, bastard.
I win. Stands up, rubs her hands. Better luck next time, Scaly boy. Pat, pat.
Just walk through the curtain at this point. I'm like, what's going on here?
He lost the arm wrestle.
Of course he did. Look at those wrists.
Look at that flick of that wrist. What the fuck do you want?
Oh man.
So what's the plan then?
So what do you call it? Is that what you say to us, or the fuck do you want?
Really?
Oh.
I'm just speaking to my dog.
The
I'm going
meeting.
upstairs.
The meeting looming the following morning.
Oh, do we have a full night's rest already?
I mean, you've got the rest of the day, but it's just whether you just want to like talk all day, or is there anything you want to do? Go anywhere you want to go?
I want to go have a bath and then go back into my room.
Well,
I'll be meditating for most of the day while someone's having a bath.
I have more questions now. Another one that needs answering. What is happening in 3 days?
Dun dun dun.
We won't know if we don't sleep.
Does this building have
Clearly-
a roof?
Yeah.
Well, most
Of course
buildings
it
have
has
a
a
roof.
It's a house, man. It has a roof.
Do you mean, do you have access to it?
Yes, let me rephrase. Does this building have a roof that is accessible?
No.
Bastard. Okay. Scaff will go to bed and use his pillows to cover his ears.
Oh my god, Ezra never told me congratulations. Dang it, Ezra. Ezra doesn't know what she means.
Ethan.
So yeah, we're meditating, we're bathing. Questions that need answering.
Actually having a nap apparently.
Yeah, I'm writing all the script on my pen and parchment.
Brilliant. Didn't get a word of
Parchment.
that. Parchment.
Gaff is writing holy scripting on the parchment papers.
Oh, I thought he was journaling by himself.
Because
Do that with his other hand.
Because he needs it for a spell which I forgot which it is.
Yeah. No worries.
So he's just Shield of Faith, that's the one. He's going to be writing holy text on parchment.
Okay. Give me a religion check.
For fuck. $15?
You bought multiple pieces, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
You spend some time writing down your holy script. You get about halfway through, and you're trying to reflect back to your clerical days. And you're writing slows, and you think, oh, I'm sure I fucked it up here. Scrumple it up. Put that to one side. You write out the next one. You concentrate. And as you finish the last line, you put that full stop at the end. Just for a split second, in a wave from the top to the bottom of the text. It glows in a yellow light. and then settles, and you feel confident that your holy text is well written and will work as your component.
Amazing.
So are we fast forwarding? What are we doing? Anyone actually doing anything for the rest of the day?
Probably not. Not me, anyway.
Okay.
We're spending some time with Severa when she comes back from her bath.
Spend some time. Now, Zephyra's probably not in the mood for journaling because she's nervous.
Fuck!
Needs to prepare for tomorrow.
Comes out of a meditation to a cold shoulder. Fucking hell.
Not a cold shoulder.
Got an headache.
On.
Got an headache.
I got a headache. I can't.
Fuck!
Well, shit.
I just want to cuddle instead.
Well, the
Fine.
Fine, cuddles.
Okay.
Who's a big spoon and little spoon?
Yes.
Yeah, you find out, I guess.
Walk in on them, I dare you.
So you can all mark off a long rest should you need it.
Next.
Do we level up?
Fuck
We
off.
didn't do shit.
Fuck off. Morning arrives.
Up in the morning.
The sunlight filtering in through your pizza slice. Windows once again. Curtainless.
He will be doing his form silently in the room.
Oh my goodness.
Fucking hell.
Oh my goodness gracious.
The crack of dawn comes. Jin is doing his forms.
Did he wake Azura?
Not. Because I'm in the room doing the forms, because there's no, like, courtyard or whatever. So. But he's keeping track of all the slights and insults and... I don't know. There will be a time where those get cashed in.
Oh.
And every time you sort of think about it as alright, you know Jin is watching.
Somewhere. Somehow.
Always watching.
Always watching, Wazowski. Always watching. You forgot to turn in your paperwork.
You're greeted once again by the smell of stewed meats. It's more of a tagine this morning.
Ooh.
Should you wish.
Very nice.
Azura would get up, go downstairs. You'd get a bowl, but you'd sit down, but you'd just be there, just pushing the bits around with a spoon, just not eating.
Is it not to your taste, sir?
It is, but just today is gonna be a day, and I've got a lot on my mind, so
A heavy mind sits ill-positioned on the shoulders.
oh, don't you start.
Sometimes you need to sit up straight and take a deep breath. Focus on what you do have control over. And leave everything else secondary.
That's actually not bad advice. Thank you. So we will sit up, close eyes, just take a few deep breaths, and what the fuck do I have control over?
Wow!
I can't think of anything.
That is very depressing, sir.
Dang, you didn't know your self-esteem was so low, man.
Look, you'll hear in your head. There is no such thing as ancient. It isn't fate, misnamed.
Sorry.
What the fuck?
How did he hear it in his head?
Just inspirationally.
I'm like,
God,
I need to know if you can mechanically send messages to the back of his head.
I hope Scath never learns message or send.
It's gonna be so bad if he does.
How do I learn that spell?
I think
level
cleric
3.
can, yeah.
It's level 3. It's a level 3 spell, so you'd have to be like 4 or 5, or even 6 cleric. I don't know what level you get level 3 spells. Definitely not fucking yet.
I use divine intervention to send this message.
Cashed in, bosh, done.
No. Fuck.
Yeah, the message goes through with absolute clarity. Congratulations. You got a free sending. Used it on a poorly worded wisdom quote.
No.
I did not use it, by the way.
I know.
What is it? I've got more quotes, don't worry.
Jin just sneezes. I think he's at it again.
Lucifer just what? Oh gosh. Since I blessed you.
Shit, what time is it?
Am I late? Oh no. Jin, tell me I'm not late, please.
You're not late.
Thank goodness.
Do I believe it?
Insight.
Insight check. It's 2 days later.
Oh.
Give me a perception check, Azura. As you're sat at the table thinking about your breakfast.
Now turn the light on. 13.
You just about hear mumbled through breakfast tagine a dragonborn that you don't recognise just yet. Just one of the other members of House Goreen. Kind of mumbles, heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Ooh.
You heard well, breakfast tagine, mate. We do things different in Dragoon. We had beef stew for breakfast yesterday.
Oh, yes.
None of this conventional fucking... What the fuck is that? Google tagine. It's definitely something you'd have in the Middle East, aka Agrabah, aka Dragoon. Nah, bread, bacon and eggs. Yeah, we do things different.
Tagine is so good.
Lamb tagine, mate.
Oh. You make me want to go to like a Moroccan restaurant now.
Exactly the vibe.
Oh man.
I hate to be this person. I don't know what that is.
Google it. Lamb tagine.
I haven't heard of it.
I can't be asked Googling it.
Gorgeous.
I'm going to Google it as well, right here. See if we can get a
So
Google Images picture.
good.
Lamb, T-I-G... T-A-G-I-N-E. There you go.
I mean, if it didn't have carrots, maybe I'd consider eating it.
It doesn't have to be have carrots. So.
Oh gosh, I hate carrots.
I honestly thought you said vagine. You get your breakfast vagine.
Well, that's that. One of them gets that. One of them gets that.
Beef curtains included.
Oh my god.
Anyway, back in the room.
Wolf, ew.
It's the next morning. You've all had your tagine.
Nom 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 nom.
Delicious.
I'm going to go back up and get my armor ready. I know it
Of
always
course, my
looks
lady.
spotless anyway, but I'm still checking it over to make sure it's actually flawless.
Have you attuned to it?
I don't think... Wait.
Because it's always flawless, but if you attune to it, that's when you don't suffer disadvantage to your stealth rolls.
I have not attuned to it because I take it off every...
Yeah, that's fine. For the purpose of this, I'm
And
not going to make
at
you
the-
reattune to it when you take it off it in the evening.
And at the moment, I don't really need... I think I never did it because we didn't... Oh?
Hey, Pidgey.
Oh, what's happening here? Hello?
Am I disturbing your guys' game session or anything?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, we're mid-game.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just got a random message, but I'll just message you because there was somebody that's in the server. So, but anyways.
Oh, yeah. Send me a DM, bro, please.
Okay. Apologies. Have a good game
worries.
session.
Thank you, bro.
Don't think we...
I think falls on it.
I don't think we established that before, that I didn't need to reattune to it every time I took it off for
I don't think I've mentioned it.
Yeah, okay,
yeah,
so
if you want to attune to it,
okay.
you can just keep it attuned. As long as you like...
Okay.
You know, if you say you're unattuning to it intentionally because you want to attune to something else, or if you like leave it somewhere reasonably if you're at distance from it. But if you just take it off to go to bed, that's fine. I'm not going to force you to unattune.
Okay, yeah, okay. That works.
Cool.
Haru will go upstairs and ready her armor.
Yes, please
Question
help with
mark.
my armor, please. You can tell she's very nervous.
He is going to go upstairs and help her with her armor.
More so than she was before the
Help her
whole
with her
portal
armor
thing.
and then
For
put
some
it on.
reason. Or maybe she's just as nervous and you just didn't notice before.
Just remember, if opportunity doesn't knock, build a door.
I like it.
Make space for it first.
Oh my goodness. And then she's going to check over her shield and make sure that's spotless as well.
You do anything, my dear.
Hot to spit on that thing. And then clean your shield.
Oh.
I'm just gonna ask if she was doing okay, but yeah, no, sure, yeah, okay.
I'm... It's been a while since I've been this nervous. Because this is an important conversation that could potentially make or break whatever happens to the North. And to us. And to Azura.
I'm more worried about Azura than I am any sort of reparations for damage done. If you can find out what happened to my father, that would be appreciated. If he's around here somewhere, I would like to know.
Dariusai is my first topic of conversation. Probably the most prominent and the most loaded topic of conversation.
His ambition does not stop with just securing a legacy, then we might have some trouble brewing that or it's not going to be within our control to do anything about.
No, but I'm hoping that there's a chance. We might actually be able to pull this off.
I have faith in you.
I'm just trying to do what I swore I would. remember pledging my oath very clearly, and I remember that I swore that I would try and turn enemies into allies. Which is exactly where we're having this conversation.
Yeah, well...
And granted, a truce might be a fragile peace, but it's peace for now nonetheless. And I won't have to worry about your life so much anymore. Wolf. Good.
You'd probably hear outside heavy footsteps as Zora just is going back to his room. And he's literally just going to go into his room, sit on his bed, and stare at the wall. Because if anyone tried to speak to him now, he'd probably just throw up. Because he is also incredibly fucking nervous.
Things going through the big guy's head.
How could they not?
More like, what is going through his head?
I'm sure he'll talk once he's ready.
Maybe. He was just handed proverbial keys to a kingdom.
True. Do you think he's the type for just power grab?
Who? Octuvian?
Azura.
Oh, Azura? I'm honestly not sure. Anybody can fall to ambition. The promise of power doesn't skip over anyone.
It's not. But,
I don't think he particularly knows what to do with it, though.
No, and that's why he has us as well. Need to keep him grounded. And while I'm talking to Octuvian, you guys need to keep an eye on him. Maybe talk to him, see what's going on.
If we're far away enough, if we're too close, then...
We'll see how close or far he agrees for anyone to be.
That'll be very telling.
It will be. Well, I'll look outside the small window. I don't think it's too bad if we head out a bit early. Get ourselves positioned and ready.
Yeah. Maybe we can settle on some parasols.
I don't think we need parasols.
Oh,
Not everything has to be a beach bar.
No, I'm just thinking about His ambitious highness's old advanced aged, and you have to you can't give an old man such a long time in the sun. They'll hallucinate. Hallucinate grandeurs that don't exist. Grudges that are, small.
Jen, I think he's also lived in Kerecekian for long enough that the sun doesn't really bother him.
True.
Also, it's morning, and the morning sun is not too bad.
Also true. Alright, fair enough.
I'll open the door to the hallway, and I'll look towards Azor's room. I'll get the prince. You get the lizard.
Fine.
And I'll walk over to the room, and I'll knock on the door frame. Are you ready, Azora?
You'll hear stand up and open the door, and the look on his face, you could tell it's almost a look of panic.
It's... You don't have to come if you don't want to. You can stay here.
I'm not going. With everything that's at stake. I think he would be insulted if I didn't.
I don't really care if he would be insulted or not. It was clear that I'd be speaking to him. But, yes. It'll be fine. You just stick with the other two.
Okay. Are you going to be okay?
I'll be fine.
I'm sorry for putting this on to you.
Oh, don't worry. I've talked to scarier dragonborn in my life. I'll be fine.
You'll have to tell me about them because they sound terrifying if that's the case.
One day, I'll talk about it again.
Again?
Oh yeah, you were upstairs, weren't you?
Oh,
Right.
what a mess.
Well, Jin and I, we had a bit of a conversation about these dragonborn coming down from the mountains.
Okay. Well, I'll not distract you with thoughts of those right now. You have enough on your plate.
It'll be fine. Come on.
I hope so. Let's go.
And I'll go to the stairs and head down.
I'll open Scap's
right
room.
behind.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker.
Jesus Christ!
Time to go to work, lizard man.
You open the room to find Scaff isn't there. I was waiting for everyone else to finish first, but Scaff would have been downstairs or outside way early.
Huh. Lizard man's not here.
Cute
Lizard
cat.
man's missing.
Huh?
Huh?
Oh.
No, Scaff would have caught the first sun rays getting out of bed and just sat outside the building door and just sat there all morning. But I would have left a note for the group to say where I am. So they don't worry or panic. That fuck, he's gone again.
He's skipping out.
As you come downstairs, one of the servicemen approaches. Your friend has left a message to say that he's waiting outside the house.
He's not skipping out. Okay, fair enough.
We ready for this?
Ready as I'll ever be, I suppose.
Are you?
Honestly, I think I'd be lying if I said yes, but it is what it is.
It's the thing, big guy. That line is the biggest load of bullshit ever invented. It is never what it is. We stand to change things here today.
There's a lot riding on this.
We'll be fine.
Yeah. Because I have faith in this one here. That's why I said that she should be the one to do it. I've seen you do things that I could never even imagine were possible.
Well,
that's why I knew that you were the right one for it.
I appreciate it, but we won't know what this will bring until it happens. So, let's head out. Enjoy the slightly less warm morning air while we can.
Yeah.
You head outside into the fresh air once again. You make your way towards the southern gate. Jin, passively, you can see that once again there are a number of members of House Pursuer. And this morning there are also a number of members of House Tolderan in the servicemen's camps. And comparatively to yesterday, where they were just seemingly present, going about business or whatever, this morning as you all leave, they all seem to, even subtly, some attempt to look and then hide that they're looking, some just actively stare. But most of the Dragonborn that are visible pay attention to you all.
Can I discern whether or not those are looks of concern, admiration?
Give me a perception check or an insight check.
I will say one thing, which now I'm not even bothering with the robe or anything because words probably spread that I'm just dressed as I normally am.
28. Perception.
Ooh.
Yeah, you look across them all as you see them all. There's a mixed bag. There's some that are a bit blasé. There's some that seem to be like making note of perhaps a rumour that there's someone important or of importance. There's some that do inherently look, not with disgust, but look like kind of weighing things up. Uncertainty.
Right.
A couple that particularly pay attention and do seem to, not obviously gesture, but seem to make reference to the group directly. It's hard to tell if it's a specific member of the group or not.
I will sort of lean into Severa. Think we're that whatever is happening is already happening. I seem to be aware of who he is. Be aware. Remember that yesterday were the green dragonborn in the worker camps?
Mm-hmm.
They're passing out, doing business. Coin was exchanging hands. We must consider the possibility that Octuvian has started to lay the groundwork. For something. I don't know if it has to do with Azure specifically, but something is under motion, and with our esteemed diplomat saying something about something in 3 days, I think we're working on a timetable. It's
Noted.
not under our control.
Though I shan't mention it unless it's important.
Yeah. That might be smart.
You make your way through the south gate. Seemingly comparative to yesterday, more eyes on your presence and your movements than yesterday. Guards looking down, weighing you up, watching where you go. You make your way outside the gate, a short distance to the west, to a nearby sand dune. Not 15-20 minutes later, despite not being quite as early as yourselves, still perhaps wanting to make an early presence, a figure steps through the gate. The imposing silhouette of Octuvian, hard to deny. Standing his impressive 9.5, 10 feet tall, he strides with purpose. Are you all together on the dune?
For now.
Yeah,
I'll
for
be
now.
like maybe like 10 feet from Severa. A little bit lower on the dune.
You watch as he starts to approach, walking the similar path that you did into the sand prints, as his larger footprint consumes that of yours.
Is he alone?
You watch and you look towards the gate. You watch and you look up towards the walls. And as he approaches, you don't see any other figures.
Mm-hmm.
As he gets 30 feet away, as he closes the gap towards you all as he approaches, he raises his hands. It looks like I caught you all. You beat me to it. I wanted to come early myself. And that is where we will go for a break.
Woo! That's great because I really need a bathroom break before I do this.
Should we just call it 10 minutes? Come back just after past? Does anyone need any longer?
10's fine. 10's fine.
It's fine.
10's fine, yeah? Or do we need longer?
That's fine.
No,
Yep.
10.
Okay,
10's good.
cool.
Then we'll do.
See you in 10, everybody.
See you 10.
Yeah.
It's like, the early bird catches the worm.
Early bird catches the worm. We are back.
So they say, yes?
Octuvian. His stature tall. His clothing not very. The prominence of the glowing blue gems that protrude from his head shine brightly and almost make you wince as they catch the sun as he approaches.
I meet him halfway.
You say you called for me outside of the city. There are plenty of places you can go within the walls that... But if a June outside of the walls is what you want to talk, I am here.
I will approach and I'll meet him on the way and I'll extend a hand. Thank you for
as
coming,
he looks down towards you and he extends his hand and grips it firmly for a shake, and as he's shaking your hand he looks up the hill, seeing the boys. Jin, since you didn't stipulate it, how did you present yourself this morning?
Good Iron Mask.
I figured as much. Course he did. Course he did. Without telling me before. Am I joking?
You didn't ask.
Mans didn't ask.
Well, I can't ask because then you'll never fall into a trap if I ask you all the questions.
That is true.
True.
Kind of.
Have you got your mask on? Yeah. Yeah.
Of course.
What do you mean?
So I
Why?
see that you have brought the prince and your colleagues.
Yes. He wished to be present.
Present, you say, is with
Well,
quite
present,
formality.
he-
Should I be wary?
No.
Because then
You
forgive
needn't
me if I take a seat. My old bones don't like to stand for more than I have to.
Mm-hmm.
And he sits down in the sand.
And what? Why not? I'll sit as well. Next to him.
So you sent me a missive on behalf of the prince.
I did. See, there's many things that we need to discuss before any sort of decision regarding what it is that you told us or you wanted to do can be made.
So he told you everything?
He did.
Then let me know whatever it is that you want to discuss. And
So, let me preface the conversation by saying this. I will be truthful to you, but in return I expect you to be just as truthful.
okay, I can accept these terms. I have nothing to hide.
Excellent. Then let's maybe start with the most pressing matter of this conversation. We know what you did to Doriusai.
Interesting that topic of conversation immediately alludes to something's nothing to do with the prince. You know what I did at Oyosai? I have not been there maybe 200 years.
Yes, but we know of the attack,
Oh,
and we know that you have no remorse for what you did.
well, that is true. I have no regret.
And I am
for...
also aware that your primary target was Shozan Kad. And my first question is, what happened to him? If he was your primary target, you must know.
So it is going to be one of these conversations, eh? Okay.
It is things that we need to establish and that
That
we need
is
to
true.
clarify.
So then
Before
may
we
I say to you?
Yes.
if I am going to tell you things...
Yes.
And you say me telling you these things is the preface before you even discuss the things that I raised with the prince?
Yes.
Okay, so what if you do not like what I have to say?
It doesn't matter if I like it or not. What I need to know are the facts. And based on those facts, we can make a decision moving forward.
Okay. So, forgive me. I was going to say, no, I do not have any regret for calling the attack. Because, and he looks up the hill at Jin. Certain things happened in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, certain things have happened over the last few decades that it would not befit me to roll over and let them happen. I chose to do some things that maybe caused a blow. People lose lives. I do not regret it. I do not know the full extent of what happened because I've not been. But I was told that my cannoneers fired their cannons, caused destruction to the castle as they were ordered.
Mm-hmm.
The sleepy agents of the third sun were in place to strike, and their targets were it. He looks up the hill again and smiles. Or maybe most of them. So as far as I am concerned, as long as the lady of the house is ready to take over, then
Well,
what can I do? Maybe that is the end of that.
it is not.
What do you mean?
Because, well, your primary target was Shozan Kard and his 3 sons.
And he
The
tries to stifle a smile.
The only confirmed fatality of that attack was Lady Say.
You see his face drops. What do you mean? You're telling me somebody attacked her?
No. She died in a collapsing onsen. After logs of... well, covered with this red powder that your cannoneers used in their arrows as well, whatever you want to call them, were stashed in the onsen.
You see he looks away towards the city. And you see he grips a handful of sand. And then he looks up at Jin again, and instead of smiling this time, he's not smiling.
So unfortunately, no. Lady Say cannot take over.
Oh. Now I do not know what to say. What was your next question?
Well, I still want to know what your men, your scouts, whoever have told you about what happened to Shozan Kard.
My cannoneers reported
because
in.
He was not found.
They laid the attack. They left. None of the sleepy agents of the third son came back.
Mm-hmm.
So I assume they all died in the city. I was told that no one in the city was armed. But I do not know. I assume that everyone had died. Or the targets at least. But I can see... I mean, there was no point in him hiding. I know it's Jin.
Very well.
Obviously, he survived it, so...
Well,
maybe my information isn't as clear as I thought it was. Maybe
no,
the others...
it doesn't seem that way. But then it is also hopefully clear that he is the link to possibly having peace restored between Dragoon and Doriusai.
I do not want peace. I want problems. Always. I don't want peace.
Alright. No redemption for this fucker. Never mind.
We tried.
I suppose that changes things. That Go on.
It kind of brings me to my next question. If you say you don't know what happened to Shozan Kad, even though he was arguably the most important target of that attack, and I guess the biggest thorn in your side, for whatever reason, I would like to understand, but if you do not want to elaborate, I won't force you. Why his sons?
I would assume that is quite obvious.
Do you assume they are like him?
That is not the point.
What is the point?
It was perhaps easier to not take the risk.
And you would have rather just left the grieving lady of the house behind to take over things?
I won't get into the annals of time and what has happened, and it is a unexpected loss, if what you say is true.
It unfortunately is. If you wish to, there's a grave you can visit.
I do not think that me setting foot in Doriusai is going to be a logical step. There's enough things to consider at home. It may not satisfy you. The answer for me to say to kill them all was easier, because of course it was. I do not want to kill
a good reason for those boys that had nothing to do with what their father did.
That is true. I'm not trying to attribute blame onto them, but if I kill Card and then a year later the sons rise up against me, it's just some risks have to be taken, some lives have to be lost. It's just easier to not have to worry about it in the long run.
Mm-hmm. So, understand this. If we cannot come to at least an agreement of a truce, for
I have
example,
no problem with Doriusai. My job is done. The castle is in ruin.
Between you and Jin,
I have no problem.
Then...
I don't want Doriusai, and he looks up towards Jin again. I can tell whatever happened to Card, he at least doesn't have the ring.
Then what is it you do want? Why did you attack Doriusai and then just leave it without leadership?
Because, as I say, I did not know it would be without leadership.
Mm-hmm.
There was no attack ordered against the lady of the house. If she fell, that is, of course, a terrible shame. But since you know so much about the attack, you should also know that no one attacked her.
No, we know that no one attacked her.
Then, unfortunately...
But I know that those red-powdered logs were stashed in the onsen.
The ammunition used in the attack was fired from my cannoneers from their bows. Mm-hmm. I did not have any logs. If there were logs there, they were put there by someone else.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Maybe the sleepy agents thought they would need them. I do not know. I ordered the attack. I put the agents in place. I paid the money. And that was that. I just left them to it. The order was to attack when the whole family was there. And that was an order I left 7, maybe 8 years ago. And I have left it since. I saw the flare. I didn't see the flare. I heard the flare had gone. So I knew the attack was coming. And when no one but my cannoneers returned. But as you will know, they were outside of the walls. They fired in, and that is that.
And you had the agents inside. Do you have agents anywhere else?
Now that would be telling. We can discuss the truths, but I'm not about to belay my entire life to you, my lady.
If you're going to... If I'm not to assume that you're going to attack any other city, then I would appreciate to know.
Nobody else ruined my life.
He ruined your life. How did he do that? I want to understand your reasonings, Octuvian.
Maybe the third son can describe more.
Right. Then I do wonder, do the other houses know what you did to Doriusai?
I do not know. I do not talk to them.
You don't talk to them. So then let me ask, how does the whole dynamic in the city work if you don't communicate with the other leaders?
They are just leaders of their houses. Everybody goes about their business.
And you are just leader of your own house, or are you considering yourself something more to the city?
Oh, we have the houses. Mine is the biggest. I have the tower.
So there's no joint leadership at all?
There is no leadership.
Interesting. And if you were to establish a shared leadership with them, why didn't you do that? Because a big city needs leadership.
We have existed for centuries without any leader.
So you don't see the need in joint leadership and communication between the leaders?
Potentially, in the city? I do not see any reason. Maybe the houses communicate with each other. I do not know.
Okay.
I am too old to care.
That is a nice excuse to have.
It is not an excuse, it is true.
But maybe you should care. You talked to Azura about wanting to leave behind a legacy for your daughters. Say your age caught up with you tonight. What kind of legacy would you leave behind?
The biggest house in the city.
The biggest house in the city, an unsettled feud with a family of whom only one is confirmed to be dead.
Interested in this feud. I've already told you I do not care.
Grudges die hard, and
who has a grudge?
If Shozan Kard survived because his body was not found in Doriusai, he might come back for your daughters once you are gone. Have you considered that?
I can tell you now that no man will put hands on my daughters and keep those hands. I do not have to worry about the safety of my daughters.
Okay. What I'm trying to get at, Octuvian, is that
you seem to care too much, is what I'm getting from this conversation.
It is my oath to care about such things. Because I want to understand people and their motives. I'm not a paladin for nothing.
Okay, my motives. I was wronged in the past.
Okay.
I established an attack. An attack was made. There were losses. There is bound to be losses in any conflict. I had many losses too. I suppose I will happily apologize for the loss of the lady of the house. That was not my plan.
Right.
I don't know
So,
what else you want me to say.
Right.
I'm happy to form some kind of written truce if it'll make you feel better. I don't have a grudge. I'm not going to attack again if that is what you want me to say.
That is a very important detail, Octuvian.
I told you I am too old to care.
Because we know of those poison darts as well. And
yes, very well crafted. Meant to...
You know that they're made from dragon's blood.
Yes.
Did you make them from Xarmanifax's?
In part, yes. In part, my own.
So, if they have part Xarmanifax's blood in them, wouldn't it be possible to see if Azura is related to him through the blood?
I do not know. Maybe.
See, this whole thing needs to be settled. If you are willing to agree to a truce, then we can further discuss what happens in regards to those bracers and possibly Xarmanifax.
As I say,
that is all I wanted to establish.
Truces are formed between two warring factions. I am not at war. If the other faction is at war with me, then I can happily shake an hand. I'm too old to care. I made my attack. Losses were made on both sides, no doubt. I apologize for the loss of Lady of the House. She was meant to be in charge.
I can accept that you don't care because you're too old. But I will not agree with you, because even if you're old, and if you say you'll die soon...
I hope not.
Well, who knows? But you'll leave behind the world in a current state that you contributed to. So I think you should help in making it right and a better place for the future generations of your house as well.
He kind of smirks a bit. Okay. Tell me what you want me to do. That will alleviate your concerns. And I will do it. He looks around. I did not bring anyone with me.
I know you didn't. I appreciate that you didn't. You could have.
I could have done a lot of things. I'm sure with all of the discussions, private or not, that you have all had with each other, you probably would have alluded to the fact that if I wanted to kill House of the Shozan, that I probably would have put a knife to his throat by now. An attempt was made and he survived it. The war wasn't against him, it was against his house. If he wants to truce, then truce it will be.
Okay. Will you wait for a moment? I'll go talk to him. And I would like you two to have a word.
I am happy with that.
Right. Thank you, Octuvian. And I'll get up and I'll walk up the dune a bit.
I'm just standing there observing from probably 60 odd foot away.
You can see a bit of frustration on Zephyra's face, but not because she didn't get the answers she wanted, but because she's kind of taken aback by the fact that he cares so little about what he leaves behind for his daughters. Or for his entire house. Seemingly cares little. I'll walk up to Jen.
Not going so well, huh?
He's agreed to a truce. He's agreed to a conversation with you. He says he has no personal issue with you. An attack was made, you survived it. He doesn't plan on any further attacks. He does not know where your father is. Or so he claims.
For a man that's multiple centuries old and has ambitions that old as well. Seems unlikely he doesn't know.
Oh, that's what I figured.
What's his general attitude?
Very blasé. He doesn't give a shit. He keeps saying he doesn't care. He is too old to care, he says.
Cares obviously enough to attack.
He said he ordered
Planned
the attack.
something long enough.
He said he ordered the attack to be made when the entire family was home, and that he gave that order roughly 7 to 8 years ago.
For someone who lives for centuries, I suppose you can have a long breath.
He expected your mother to take over.
Mother?
His men weren't ordered to attack her. She was to be spared and take over Darius as new leader.
Kind-hearted woman in charge of a hard-ass castle. Okay. Not sure how that would have went, but... You know she's dead, yeah?
He does.
How did he respond to that?
He seemed taken aback. I don't think he wanted that to happen. After all, it was not what he ordered.
Yeah, well, we can't always get what we want, can we?
No. He also wouldn't elaborate on why.
Neither is it important.
I think it is important to understanding where he's coming from, but if he's going to be so blasé about everything anyways.
He's... this.
He says I care too much.
Uncaring.
No, clearly he is.
And he doesn't give a shit what I have to say or what the words that are going to have to be said are meaning. But it does make it very easy. If he can provide... If he doesn't know. If he can make available resources to find where my father is, so that proper judgment and proper justice can be done for actions done a generation ago.
Well,
then I will consider the score settled.
Well,
with as many deaths as of his men as of mine that have occurred already.
no
further bloodshed will help.
Sort of gesture down the dune a little bit. Come speak with him.
You sure about that?
These are your terms, Jin.
If he doesn't care...
It is important this is settled between the two of you.
Would he care if I bash his face in? Even a little?
Jin.
Come on, a nose, a snoot broken, maybe.
Jin.
This is not the time
I'll
for
just
jokes, Jin.
put a hand on his shoulder. And then squeeze a little bit. Come on.
Think
this
clearly.
Needs to happen.
Stop thinking with your heart. Think with your head.
Oh, my heart in over
your heart's
32
next to you.
years, my friend.
Your heart's next to you at the moment. Think with your head.
Yeah, she does a lot of thinking, that's true.
But stop thinking of the past. Think to the
Azura's like, what?
Huh?
What does that mean?
What did he say?
Oh?
Oh?
Listen, I've said to him that this conversation and the outcome of it, and if we can make peace between your family and his.
Peace. I want
I
problems.
don't want peace.
Always.
I want problems always. Hugely influences the outcome of us considering doing what he suggested to find out if Azura truly is related to Xarmanifax or not. So let's settle this, and then we can move on and think about the next step.
Mm-hmm.
He might say I care too much, but I think this is an important thing to be settled.
I worry about him not caring enough.
You can't change the fact that he doesn't care. I have already told him that I can accept that he doesn't care, but I do not agree with this attitude of not caring what you leave behind for the future.
That's not what I mean. If he doesn't care now, Severa, what does he care? What unimportant agreement we come to? What holds him responsible to a decision or a agreement? I'll agree with Scout in that we shouldn't look at the past. I know those words will bite me. Agree with. Talk about that later. If he's so apathetic about what's happening in the world, then what does his word mean? What is it worth? And you must agree with that, Scaff. If the man doesn't care, his word won't matter.
I can't judge a person's personality or thoughts behind one or two interactions what we've had.
Oh, but he's clearly, apparently stated he doesn't care.
He stated it, but
I cannot in my heart believe that he does not care about his daughters. In that sense.
He definitely cares, but a poker player never shows his true face.
And that he doesn't
What's
care.
poker?
What's poker? And that he doesn't care about his legacy.
Poke Gin in the arm.
I don't think he
Is that
cares
poker?
I don't think he cares as little as he lets on.
He cares more than what he shows. He has got a very good poker face. He can bluff very well.
Has he shown any signs to what he's hoping to achieve with Azura at all? Anything he alluded to?
Go talk to him and find
He
out.
was just curious if Azura really told us everything.
Why would I not? I trust you guys more than anyone.
Did he seem surprised by that?
He wondered what there was for me to ask. If we knew everything. But I told him yes, that Azura told us everything, because I have no reason to believe that he wouldn't.
Go speak with the man, the dragon. Go speak with him. Get a judge of him yourself. forge that truce.
Lay your terms, Jin. Because, yes, I can convey your terms to him, but in the end, it is the two of you that need to have a conversation, regardless. Because this is something that needs to be settled between the two of you. Because obviously you care about it. And that is reason enough for me to go through with this, even if he doesn't care about it. If he doesn't care about it, he has nothing to lose by settling with you.
Maybe not. Very well. I'll humor the both of you.
Good man.
Back down the dune a bit with Jin in tow. Jin, Octuvian, Jin.
I'll remove the mask and the the hat.
Gets up and stabs him. Gotcha!
Surprise, bitch!
Poison dart.
Yeah!
God damn.
Get poisoned by your own medicine, bitch.
Bonjour.
I'll respond in Elven with an hello, considering he's telling me hello in a foreign language to me as well.
He cocks an eyebrow and then smiles and nods and says hello back in Elven. Maybe it is inappropriate to say, but you look like you're more than him.
It's probably for the best. I wouldn't have liked that much.
First of all, Terrafae, I must say, I am truly sorry for the loss of your mother. Her death was never my intention. It might seem like poor form to say that in the face of all of that carnage, that any mistakes that were made are excusable. For of course they are not. But my war with your father was my priority. And my attempts on the lives of you and your brothers was to stop the cycle from maybe continuing.
I told you do not know where my father is.
I do not know what happened after the attack, but I have heard some things. I do not have
realize,
if that is what you're asking.
And I'm inclined to believe you in that respect. As much as I have an opinion on things, Octuvian. Things about people of the era, the grudge that you bear, or I'll believe it when I see it. But that doesn't matter.
Would you walk with me on the dune? Privately?
I'll look at Severa. And I'll nod. Sure.
Starts to walk.
I'll match his pace.
Stand with the boys.
It was only a short way up that dune. You might as well have taken me with you. I could hear everything she was saying. And what
I'm aware.
might have given the opinions that I don't care. Maybe that is poor translation into common. Of course, I have cares. But perhaps what I meant to say is it is hard. It is not my concern anymore. The attack happened, and that is that. If that makes sense.
Makes sense in only a way that for someone that has lived as long as you have makes sense. I happen to have some experience with someone who has lived probably as long as you have. Probably longer. You see, when an elf looks old, they are inconceivably old. When my master met me, I met him, he was ancient already. The apathy that he sometimes expressed over the normal goings on in the world. The way you describe things, or I've been told you describe things, remind me of him.
Maybe that is what I struggle to convey.
Maybe.
There are things that are important to me. Is that words it different? But your friend, she wants to arrange a truce for whatever it is worth. I mean no harm to anyone. What I did, I did. There is no taking that back. I do. When I said that I had no regret for the attack, I did not. But I do have regret for your mother. I did not mean for her to come to any harm. That is why nobody attacked her.
Yet she was.
She was attacked.
Well, logs meant to fire up an onsen don't. Here, in the pile. They are put there.
So who brings in the logs?
Onsen ladies with a tattoo of free sun.
Then maybe it is my fault.
Acknowledgement of that might help.
Do not get me wrong. I am not trying to excuse the loss of your mother. For that I am truly sorry for that.
Did you know my mother?
He pauses. Could it be said that we knew each other?
What was your relationship like? You see, I only ever met my mother as a mother and a dedicated wife to an ambitious man who only knew as violence, terror, as tools to whatever he wanted to achieve.
I never
Who was she?
I never met her face to face. But I did have conversation with her.
She sought you out then?
Did you see that she had a ball?
Yes, I carry it with me.
It is a powerful tool.
Something tells me she didn't necessarily need the tool.
The tool is a conduit for inherent ability, of course. You need to be able to use it. But I suppose the ball acted as a conduit for conversation.
Interesting. Octuvian, I'll be honest with you. There's a part of me that hates your guts.
I would respect that.
But it isn't because you targeted my father. I'm of the opinion that a certain justice needs to be done to that man. It's a justice of his own making. His own way, in fact. I also know that if that man is alive, which I think he is, it is in our best interest to find him. Put him to justice. Because as long as he's alive, and you know what he's capable of, he's going to continue to sow seeds to get what he wants.
Mm.
And you've just exchanged blows. Pissed him off. Rid him of an arm. The good one, I might add. So you don't have to worry about his sword anymore.
When you say that, he kind of smirks. Well, perhaps you, as you say, you already have the tool that you need.
Octuvian, I'm willing to let what happened between you and my father be that. The lives of hundreds on both sides have, well, the blood has stained the soil. Castle I can rebuild, but the lives of people requires justice to be done. Do you understand?
I can agree with that. What justice would you say?
You will either die with honor or be given the chance, killed with such. He has done unspeakable things to both his family and his subject.
I thought you were talking about me. If you want me to kill your father, I can get it done using that ball.
I'm afraid that has to be done by the current Lord of Doria Sai.
If he is still alive after losing an arm, as you said, then perhaps he was underestimated.
You know as well as I do, the man's stubborn.
And obviously, if he was not it with the dart, then I need a better agents. He kind of smirks a bit.
Do you have resources available to potentially find him?
You've just said it yourself. You have the tool. With that ball, you could find somebody wherever they are. But you need somebody who has the power to look. Like your mother did.
Do you happen to have someone at their disposal who is able to do that?
Sure, you could maybe ask at the church. You need somebody who can scry, I believe it is. The ball, I suppose, will make bigger the search. If he is alive and can't be found, then you will find him with the ball. And if it is not successful, then he is not alive.
Very well. If it helps, because it was in the end my entire family who was targeted. I can make no promise for my brother, although he was severely put out of commission.
So
you have potentially killed one of my brothers, although his demise is not confirmed. I will let bygones be bygones.
I am, I must say, taken by surprise of the strength of your house, after all. For if your brother survived the dart, that is surprising.
We were
Similar to
forged in
yourself.
hatred, Octavian. Hatred makes a man strong.
Did the dart hit you?
Me? No. My brother? You might be happy to know that it did. My other brother. Go easy on your subject. We were there in time.
There is no subjects to go easy on. Anyone's that nobody came back from the attack.
No, then maybe justice has already been done.
They were there to do their job, and no one came back. So I could only assume what happened.
Final question then from my side. If I were to find one of those people that you sent alive, cowering from your wrath, do you care what happens to them?
They were agents that were paid. That is why I sent no Born of the Dragon. The servants
Take that as a no.
do not mean anything to me anymore. If you feel you need to make justice onto them, then that is your choice.
Just those who have killed my mother. And perhaps those who have targeted my brother, if they're still alive. Although something tells me that they might not be.
Trust
Very
me
well.
when I say that if I ever find those that... If you say it was the logs that killed her, then I will have to have an issue with them as also.
Must have left quite an impression on you.
kind of looks away towards the city.
She was a kind woman.
That I can agree.
I'll extend a hand.
He reaches out, grabs your hand.
Shake it firmly. And then let go before it gets awkward in any way. That should satisfy the paladin. No grudges between our houses, as long as I am lord. But I will teach whoever comes next of our history. Whatever happens then, after I am gone, I cannot make any guarantees of. I'm sure you understand.
If people want to take issue with the past, that is up to them.
Dementary just subscribed with Prime.
Good. We understand each other then.
So that is one issue, I suppose, dealt with. I'm interested to see what else I have to do to engage the discussion.
Let's find out. And I'll start walking back.
And he follows. See, as he's walking back, he keeps a couple of paces behind Jin. You see, kind of seems to be looking off towards the west.
Should have brought chairs.
That is why I sat down in the sand. My back is not strong enough to be on my feet all day.
We settled then.
As much as we can get settled.
She is tremendously serious now. He kind of smirks a little bit. So what is next on the list for me, Paladin?
Next, we need to consider how we're going to do this. If you say there may be a possibility to test the blood and match it with Azura's, we consider that the safest option. Otherwise, it would depend on what Azura wants.
I'm open to options. I can only say that it is a maybe. I do not know. I have never tried to test blood.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I do not even know if it is possible.
Does Dragoon have a library? Anywhere we could research such things?
I think that libraries are kept in the houses.
Mm-hmm.
But there is no public library. Bibliotek.
Scott, biblioteca.
¿Dónde está?
¿Dónde está
La biblioteca. But yes, we would have to see what the options are and then consider what oh, hello birds. And then
the sandbirds.
sandbirds. Then consider what Azura wants.
So what if you
Because
cannot do anything with the blood? You have to accept that these were crafted into darts intended to kill, which is not clean, fresh blood for testing.
It is what we have to consider, and then it also would fall back on Azura, because I said this to him personally. I do not want to keep him from an opportunity to learn about himself.
That is true. All he has to do is ask. I can tell him as much as I know, but perhaps the rest of the answers are with his father.
But it is not a decision to be made overnight.
What are your considerations if you bring back a dragon and it is not reasonable, Octuvian? If you consider that.
There are enough people with enough power and strength in the city that perhaps if Xarmanifax was to awaken and to be violent, then there will be losses, of course, but there are always losses. Be them big or be them small, but I would say it would be dispatched long before any major damage could be done, if that is your concern.
I'd rather not see a city be melted away by dragon fire.
That is true, but if a dragon has not been alive in centuries, then perhaps it would be more logical to consider there would be interest in what happened.
Perhaps.
Not everybody is inherently violent.
True.
But yes, I will admit I do not know. I cannot say for sure that there will be no violence. But if nobody did anything that could go wrong, then nothing would get progressed. But I suppose it's better to try and fail than not try at all, no?
Sometimes.
Well, as I say, now that I told you I need a powerful artifact. And now I know that just in this group alone there are 3. So, whatever you need from me, ask your questions, make your decisions. I do not know what more I can do. But perhaps I need to have a conversation with the prince once again.
Gaff, got anything to add? Questions that need answering?
We're up the hill. We're up at the dune. We're not.
Oh, we walked to you guys.
Yeah, I was. So they were taking a walk by themselves. I came up to you boys, and them two came to us.
Oh,
yeah.
That's why I wasn't saying anything. Well, there is one thing with the if the dragon father, as you think he is, if he was not reasonable, it's not fire that you need to worry about. That would not be his breath.
But it is destruction one way or another. Azura, yes. It doesn't really matter how it's caused.
It's, yeah, I'm just saying it's a lot harder to protect places from the force of thunder than fire. It's sound. You can't see it. You just feel it. But as you were saying before, when if ever will I get another chance at this. I'm willing to do all the tests. With this blood, if it works, if we can find out the truth, then...
I will say it again, I would not put your hopes on it. It is blood crafted into a lethal poison. Whether it will still have enough content to be tested, I do not know.
So you have no
You can always try.
No.
Let it be clear that blood is centuries old.
It's better than not having any. It's something we can work with.
If you can find out how to do it, then...
Maybe we can. And if you say that there is enough forces here if it does go wrong, to put him down quickly. If he is my father or not, it will be done.
Okay.
You said you need an artifact. You said we have 3.
Well, you have the bracers. You have the book. He looks at Scaff again. Sorry for taking it, but I had to have what is the word? Contingency.
People not know how to ask for things nowadays. Why don't people just ask instead of taking? It's like, Jesus.
Who?
I think it is a little less easy to ask a established wizard if they can happily give away their book to people they do not know. But especially when they are attacked by a bigger lizard, it's even harder. Then he looks at Jin, and then there is another one, but that is not my business to discuss.
I'm confused.
Do not worry about it, young prince. There are many things that will go over your head.
Apparently so.
So what is next, Paladin?
It is up to Azura, not me.
Okay, so you have finished your questioning.
I have said what I came to say. I have asked what I needed to ask. And I have gotten my answers one way or another. If not by words, then by your attitude.
She is very serious.
Permit me one final question.
Okay.
The book was established before you knew that Azura could survive an encounter with Xarmanifax. Why go for the book and go for the dragon? If there is no prince, nor no heir.
As I say, there are forces at work that, if there is anything you want to know, one way or another, you can find it out. You just need to know where to ask.
Well, I'm asking.
To bring back Xarmanifax, of course, As the leader of the house, that has been my long-term goal. But when I learned that there could be a direct descendant of him that could make it easier and give their power to the city, as the heir to the only remaining ancient dragon. Then, of course, I had to speak to him.
Let's say everything goes fine. We bring Xarmanifax back. He goes crazy. We have to put it down. Then what? What is your goal after that? Where does Azura stand after that?
Well, I do not know. I suppose he is still heir to the only remaining ancient dragon. Then if there is no more ancient dragon, then I do not know. What happens if you kill the son of a king? Or you kill a king and his son is still there? Forgive me. He is still there.
But what do you do? Do you step down, let Azura take that mantle as king or whatever you want to call it as?
I will just be the head of my house. If Azura wants to be prince of the city, that is up to him. I suppose bringing back the dragon can answer a lot of questions for a lot of people and give legitimacy to the claim. If you take that factor away, the claim is still there. I will back him if that is what your question is. But other than that, then might be harder to convince the other houses. But perhaps that is why I need a private word with him.
Now, I've got one last thing to ask. You're saying these braces can bring Xarmanifax back. They've got the souls of how many people in them? Hundreds, thousands, whatever, how many souls are in them. Who's to say we use that? It's actually Xarmanifax that comes back.
What do you mean?
Well, the skeleton is effectively a vessel.
Oh, nobody will take over Xarmanifax. Using the souls is to empower him. A soul won't be going into him. It is part of the ritual to empower him. Like I say, there are other options, other artifacts that can be used, even if it was not the souls. But of course, the best chance is with the most ancient of the artifacts.
But that's not the question. The question is, who's to say it's Xarmanifax that comes back?
I do not know the answer to that question. I know that the soul will not be going in, but if it is not Xarmanifax, then we will deal with whoever it is that comes back. I do not know what else to say.
So, you're saying you use the power of these braces to bring back Xarmanifax. What becomes of the braces after that?
I do
Are
not
these
know.
souls used? Is the power of the braces lost?
As far as I'm aware, the souls within will be gone. The bracers themselves are like a conduit or a focus for the ritual.
And what of the curse that is still on them?
I do not know. I did not put the curse on it.
Hmm.
They are not my braziers.
Only the Fae can remove a Fae curse.
That is probably true.
Well,
I have a lot to think about.
Yes. Let's not make a rash decision with this.
We've discussed a lot. We've had a lot of answers. I'm guessing both you, Zafira, and you, Jin.
To an extent.
You say that, third son. What if there is anything else I can help with? An extent is not an hole. If there is an hole that needs filling.
Not from you, Octuvian. No offense. Not from you.
He looks back at Azora and kind of shrugs.
I think he's still thinking about his father. Still. After today, I think I still need some time to think. This is a big ask. And there's a lot to consider. If you would permit me more time to think on this.
I suppose you could take as long as you need.
You understand the gravity of this. It's beyond anything that I've ever had to consider in my life.
Gonna get Jin's attention and pull him 5 to 10 foot away. Whisper very quietly.
Could be a stealth check.
I'm gonna say this is definitely trying to be.
I'll roll on for whatever response I'll give. Oh, that's not bad.
It's a dirty 20.
It's a lot more than a dirty 20. Math. 17 plus 11.
28.
28. There you go.
Good. But I'll whisper very quietly. Do you think he knows what's going to happen in 2 days? Whatever it is that's being whispered around.
Azora and Saphira, give me... what are your passive perceptions?
14.
11.
Heaven! How did you get so low passive?
I'm a paladin.
It's
I'm not very
charisma over
perceptive.
wisdom. Zafira, I suppose you just enjoyed the sun. Azora, you notice that Octuvian's attention just briefly flicks over to Scath.
I'll be honest, Scaff. I don't think it's our place. We'll find out one way or another if things are related to each other.
As these two are speaking, and I notice him looking over, can I see anything on his face if he's... Not that I know what they're talking about, I just want to know why he's just interested in them. So, where's my insight? 14.
When he looks over at Scath, I mean, you can tell he's listening, like, they're having a hushed conversation.
Ayo.
A hushed conversation. They're having a hushed conversation. You see his attention flicks to Scath. You see it doesn't flick to Jin. But he pays attention to Scath. And then he clocks you, look at him, and he kind of just gives it the old... Nice day, innit?
Nice day for fishing, isn't it? Oh.
Oh.
Shade away. And then, obviously, after whatever Jin says, obviously, it's like, just nod to it.
I mean, I've got a lot to think about. Don't think there's much more that we need to discuss out here.
If I could grab you for a private talk.
I'll just turn to Saphira and yeah, yes, of course. And I'll just gesture.
And starts walking away.
I'll walk with him.
Why have you come to the city?
I was told that the answers to my questions lie here. By a couple of sources. One, I'm trying to get this right. The little Fae creatures, I'm pretty sure they may have mentioned it, and I know Marquai was the other. One was your little Fae friends that regularly visited me overnight. Asking me questions that for so long just confused me. And they said that answers would be found here. And
I suppose it makes sense for a Dragonborn who does not know who he is. Should probably come to the Dragon City.
yeah.
Maybe if you had questions, you didn't need little Fae friends to tell you to come here.
Where I grew up, I never really knew much of the outside world.
Forgive me, I think I can tell that.
Yeah. But hearing on the travels of a city of Dragonborn, it just jumped to me that that could be the place.
So you came to find out about yourself and no other reason?
No real other reason, just that it was that we were in the area with Jin and his
In
family.
the area. You know me, Azora,
Yeah.
you know
what
that
I mean.
I do not believe in consequence. Not
Fate.
consequence. Coincidence. Forgive me. I believe that things happen for a reason. And things happen whether they are good or they are bad. They happen when they are meant to happen.
That's I've never been one to believe in fate, as it were, but...
So, telling you to come to Dragoon was not the only reason that my Fae were with you the whole time. They were to follow you and to judge you and to find out whether you were worthy.
Worthy?
I guess from what your lizard friend was just saying, that you don't have any idea what is happening in the city right now.
I do not. We were in House Green earlier. They seemed very hushed about something happening soon.
Yes, I must admit that is a bit of a out-of-pocket move that Magda has made, bringing in the diplomat from Wundt. I know about the King's Eye families that are steeped in history. And I know that Talderen are also very cryptic in who they have got on their side. House Pursuer, I've not yet found out who it is that they are bringing to the table. But I have not yet found my representative for my house. That is why I wanted to get these issues dealt with. Perhaps that having heir to the city on my side, I might have had more influence in the coming well, maybe I won't say any more if you're not the one. But
going on?
Unfortunately, that I cannot tell you. But it affects the city and all of the houses. The house leads and whoever they are bringing to the whatever it is. Well, your friends talk about the future. The future could change quite drastically depending on how it happens. And I do not have long left to get my representative.
So you wish me to make a decision quickly?
I did not tell you a falsehood if you that you take as long as you need to decide. But I suppose I still have to. I need to decide myself if I want you to represent my house, whether you even want to do it. But currently, again, I know it's difficult because I cannot tell you what it is, because I do not know whether you might be working for somebody else. But I thought it was quite important that you arrived when you did. Perhaps rising in my hour of need. But, I do not know. I still have 2 days to find somebody. Do not take that I am putting pressure on you. For even if I did make a decision on you, be it a yes or a no, you might not even want to come along anyway. But, well, perhaps I could risk it. If I'm not going to be able to bring anybody, I might as well tell you. But perhaps I will leave it at least until tomorrow. You can have a talk with your colleagues, make a decision. And if there is something else that I need you for, we can talk about that. Maybe come to my house tomorrow when the sun goes down.
Maybe.
I think at this point, if you are still have concerns about your safety in the city, perhaps the fact that I came out here alone, unarmed, I do not know what else I can tell you. I've been up front. I don't think that your paladin friend likes me or my attitude. But maybe that is just my age. I do not know. Sometimes there are more important things than people's opinions. But I will let you get back to your friends. You know where to find me if you need me. He pats you on the shoulder. Do not overthink it, Azora.
Overthinking it. I'll probably just raise more questions than answers. And I don't really want any more of those right now at the moment.
Well, hopefully one way or another you will have your questions answered in the coming days. Or perhaps not. But that choice, I suppose, is up to you now.
Yeah.
He kind of raises his voice and he kind of turns over his shoulder a bit. Good luck. And he starts walking back towards the city.
I'll turn back and start walking back to the group. Okay. We ready to head back in? That was interesting.
What is it now?
Fucking hate him.
Well,
I just hate his no fucks given attitude.
Me too.
He's... You know what happened earlier with Magda and Lady King?
You mean what happened with yesterday with the three eves, whatever, 3 days eve or whatever they said?
Yeah.
Yes.
Apparently something big is happening, and all of the houses, the leaders have chosen representatives, and something is happening. Octuvian does not have a representative yet, and he wants...
Yeah, I wonder why.
He asked me. And
so there is a power struggle for the city.
But he says he can't say, but which is... I mean, if it was...
He can't say or he doesn't want to?
He...
Because that's the answers I've gotten from him, is that he doesn't want to.
It's
doesn't
as
care.
though it can only be discussed with a representative.
But he doesn't have one of those.
But he doesn't have one.
And he wants you to be one. Let
Yes.
me just chain this together.
Yes. Whatever is going, it's going to be happening in 2 days.
And what's his condition on you being a representative? Or is there no condition?
He just thinks that having the potential heir to Dragoon would be a boon on his side.
Do he aims to use you then?
I mean, we don't even know what this is.
And he kind of wants to push you into making a decision so you're confirmed heir. Before this happens?
No, he did say that I could still take as long as I wanted to make this decision.
There's going to be a fight.
Well, we don't know what this is.
Nefenia King, she's a very skilled fighter. You are a very strong barbarian. Whoever the hell the houses have, it's only one thing. This is a fight for the city.
I think
wonder what their ploy is.
What's the point? What is the point of a fight when they have, how Octuvian said, and is written in history, existed without firm leadership for
why now?
as long as the city has existed? Why would that be an issue now?
I can't see it being that. He did say that I could go to his tower tomorrow and he would tell me what this is about.
The day before.
Regardless of the choice I make.
The day before.
Yes.
Convenient.
Jim.
He needs you more than...
Do you think
I hate
you're the guy that we spoke to? Would they have any information about what's happening in the city that's willing to exchange?
Be expensive though, if it's as big as we're expecting it is. Be more expensive than getting us out of the city. That's right. Bet.
We need answers.
Oh, and he also knows that Nefenia King is here and that she is representing Magda. He knows what some of the houses are planning and who is representing them. There's only one that he's not sure about.
Well, considering he's been getting messages to us within somebody else's house, I'm not that surprised about him knowing what's going on. He's talked to my mother before, which also alludes to the fact that he either has people in his service or otherwise that are able to magically maybe discuss things over longer distances without much trouble. We have to suspect and assume that we're on an information disadvantage at all times.
Just assume we're always at a disadvantage.
I don't know if we're going to find out before Octuvian talks to Azura, because I don't think we know anyone here well enough.
And Magda is very clear that she is not intent on telling us.
And I'm not intent on pressing her.
No.
I mean, so far she has accommodated us. We don't want to sever that.
We'll have to... as much as it sucks to wait for an answer, but we're going to have to wait until Octuvian decides to enlighten Azura. And then hopefully Azura will be kind enough to let us know.
How much is this information worth to us?
In the end, we don't have to get involved. Unless Azura gets involved, then it involves all of us.
I'm going to say, literally, end of the day, what's stopping us going back through that gate? We can just leave right now.
It's true.
Good, but that is not our call to make.
What do you need, big guy?
Guidance. I've just got so much going on in my head right now. First enough, it's bad enough. The whole, is this my father, family, and now this, he drops this on me when already I've got enough in my head.
This was his goal all along, Azura.
To agree with Jin.
Discombobulate you enough to make a decision that he can press an advantage with. The man is centuries old. He's an expert at this. He's not remained head of his house for that long by not being good at this exact thing. Now, oddly enough, with my conversation with him, I'm inclined to believe certain parts of the things that he has been saying. He seems genuinely remorseful that my mother has died. So maybe you're right, Severa. Maybe there's enough left in him that he cares about something. Or he is ever the schemer, ever the manipulator. We don't know. So I'll ask again. Because it was brought up, and it is a potential move we can make. How much is this information worth to us about what is going on? So we can make a more informed decision.
I mean, if we can get it tomorrow.
The thing is he going to tell you what's actually going on? Or his version of it?
That is true.
Because he'll want to tell you it in a way that benefits
Seems
him
more,
most.
yeah.
I'm also not inclined, like the Severa said, to pressure Magda about this, because we're also going to get an abridged version if we get anything at all.
To probably get the full picture, or at least close to the full picture, we'd have to ask every single house, and they'd all have to tell us the truth, or their truth.
Yeah,
and at the end of the day, like I said, personally, there are no ties for me to this city. There's no one here that I know. It's, for me, I don't need to know what's going on in a few days. I've never been to the city before.
It's up to you, big guy. Do you wish to know more before talking to the man tomorrow?
I would like to know an undiluted truth.
That's going to be an ask.
A tough ask.
Because only those that can tell us will never tell us the full picture.
What if he puts the information he wants to give you under the condition that you represent him? Then what? Are you going to be dishonest to get to the information and then not do what he asked you? Or are you
Am
going to say...
I remembering correctly, Pidge, that he said, regardless of my choice, he would tell me tomorrow?
Good question. Can't remember. Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah, and so, yeah. What he told me just now.
I love you, Pidge.
I don't want to
Whatever.
say it wrong because...
Oh, man.
Yeah, no, he said he'd tell you, yeah.
Regardless of the choice I made to represent him or not, he would tell me tomorrow. So he could tell me and I still say no.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you want to hold him to his word, then it seems the choice is made that we're going to hear this tomorrow.
After the sun has gone down, when it is dark.
We can
So
still
when there's
leave.
no more time left.
Still leave.
Scaff,
We've
yeah,
traveled in
you're
the dark
right.
before.
If you have traveled in the dark before, we can leave. Big guy. I know it's maybe a little soon to think about this. But if you do not like the answer that he gives, do not like the motivation that he gives, maybe it's too personal, maybe it's not personal enough, because the man doesn't seem to care about, well, pretty much a lot of things in the world he doesn't seem to care too much about. If we leave, and what happens in the city happens, and we find out it's been terrible, we might not return to the same dragoon that we left.
If you're asking if I would come with you, that is not a question. Of course I would.
That's not what I'm asking, Azura. What I'm saying is that there is a potential that the line that we currently have to answer for you, as risky as it is, as much as I object to it might not be there when we come back. Scaff is right, and the city is leading to a episode of internal conflict that it has not seen in a while. If my history knowledge is correct, then we may not come back to a city that we recognize. The same sources of information may not even be alive.
Even the remains of Xarmanifax may no longer even exist.
They might have been destroyed in whatever conflict, yeah. Again,
Remember,
as much as I object against bringing back a ancient dragon whose stories we've all heard are ruthless creatures. I don't want
intelligence,
to take that from you.
but also remember, the grass is not always greener on the other side. That is not wisdom. That is a fact.
That is wisdom. I have
It
one
is
in
wisdom.
return. Think about that once more.
It's irrelevant, though.
And I'll look at Azura again. Like I said, we don't want to keep you from this opportunity, but also consider that you have a loving family in Selgard, and ultimately, I feel like they're the ones that should matter most in terms of your family.
They're who raised you. They who taught you what they know. They made you into the man you are today.
They chose to be your family.
They did.
As much as
And
I
there's
do
not
want,
a day that goes by that I don't think about them multiple times.
Good.
I do miss them.
and as much as I do want you to find out if Xarmanifax is your dad. If you was to fight for this city, for Octuvian, and you was to fall, if it is a combat,
this is not my city. I have no love for this city. If it is a combat to fight for a house that is not even my own, I will not.
I'll say, let's see what Octuvian says tomorrow. And let that inform your decision, Azura. And whatever your decision is to stay or to go, we'll be there.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be there. Much as I hate this man's guts, I'll be there.
I know he said he wanted to see me tomorrow, but I'm not going anywhere without you guys.
I would
With
ill
you.
advise to go on your own. We'll wait outside the door, but we'll be there.
Hey, you can keep his daughter's company.
I've got enough company as it is, thank you. Much more pleasurable company as well. More pleasing to the mind.
Right. Okay.
He still doesn't know. That's so funny. He hasn't figured it out yet.
Azura, I hate to be the one to break this to you in a way that might be a little insensitive at the moment, but
That's a story for another time, Jin.
I
Mute.
Azura, you realize that Zeph and me are sharing a room, yes?
I nothing. Oh,
Jin. Shh. Mute.
I just hate to have him find out in any other way, Scaff.
Zephyr just kind of does this.
Jin.
Mm.
Command. Mute.
Whole person.
This is not the time.
Right.
We don't need to be distracted.
okay,
I'm not going after any other Dragonborn ladies as well.
Right.
Yeah, maybe you.
Okay.
Oh, yes, Scaff.
I have done my journaling in the past.
Ah.
My journaling finished many years ago.
And on that, Azura is going to turn and start walking back to the city gate.
All right.
I mean, when Azura starts walking off, I mean, should we let the big guy have the twins for the night?
It's up to him.
If he wants them.
It might lighten his mood.
Or it might draw him in more to agree with Octuvian. If they whisper sweet nothings into his ear. Tell me why, tell me why. Tell me why, tell me why. Does he look like a bitch?
Da-da. Da-da. Da-da.
I'll follow.
So you all head back to the city. As you walk down the dunes, following the path that you'd trod yourself, you see the large footprints of Octuvian that have not had chance to blow away in the sandy winds. What is the plan for the rest of the day? I am conscious that the time will wrap up soon, but
Yeah, my brain's not really able to think of much anymore.
I think I'd like to have
Azoas
a
definitely isn't.
conversation with Jin about what he and Octuvian talked about.
That's
if
a
he
good
wants
point.
to talk about it, and otherwise, I think I'd like to go to church and.
Oh shit!
Let
Big raid.
Right
Oh,
before
dear.
me,
JMH
Dave,
just
fucking
raided
hell.
with
Oh.
85 viewers.
Appreciate the raid, man. What?
Mr. T.
Jay, my boy.
My boy.
Okay, we'll go for another hour. We've got a raid. We can't let them down.
Big raid.
Then I think I'd like to go to the church and let off some steam.
Okay.
Damn, son.
Yeah, I am very conscious of the time.
We can't let the raid down now.
Would we mind going on a little bit longer?
Yeah.
Fine, yeah.
Oh, I'm on my second monster. It's fine.
Sorry, Berg.
No, it's good. I have some sugar in a cup.
Let's go.
Like, with Azura going forward as well, I will say to Zavira and Jin for this. If me and Jin, using my abilities to disappear through the city, try and gather some information.
I don't know if that's worth it, Scath.
I'm not sure what we're gonna learn. This seems to be very hush-hush.
They're probably not discussing it openly on the streets, Scath.
It's just more thinking more. So it's like if we can overhear anything, anything's better than nothing.
I don't disagree. But it's more,
I know it's a risk.
I mean, we've seen in the labor camps interactions taking place between the laborers, the common folk, and various dragonborn. So there's definitely things at play. Check the labor camp, at least one. I'm not sure what we're going to learn there.
Look, I know it is a risk. Obviously, this will be the first time I've used this ability, but is it not worth trying to gather some information?
Scath, in the end, we can't really stop you, because if you disappear, we won't be able to follow you.
Yeah, I can't see you, that's for damn sure.
That's why I'm asking if it's worth it.
Well, we can't accompany you if you do. Because that'll be too obvious.
That's why I'm asking if it's for me and Jin. Because I know Jin can be stealthy as well.
I can disappear if needed, but not the same way you do.
Mm-hmm. You will be with this ability. We can't be tracked this way.
That helps.
In the middle of the day.
Not at the middle of the day. Just so we are aware, this would be at night time, when it's more shadow and dusk, where we could disappear and shade away.
When people aren't really around outside anymore, how are you going to get into their houses?
Never said anything about getting into houses. The markets, the camps are all still bustling with life, even at night. People at night get more relaxed, they speak more, they've had a drink, their tongues loosen. They might overhear something that we might hear.
I'll look at Jin. What do you think?
What I think is that every bone in my body sees that we're going into combat, either of the mind or physically. Blind. The bone in my body, from my training to my instincts, are telling me to go at Scaff and to find more information. But if we find more information, that's all well and good. And that might give Azura here a different perspective going into conversation tomorrow.
Okay, then why don't you do that tonight? And I'll, later when I go to the church again, I'll take Azura with me. Just to make sure that none of us are roaming around alone, even though we're presumably safe, or sure to be safe, for the time being.
That's why I wanted to ask you first, before I decided anything.
We'll just make sure that you two go out together, while I am definitely with Azura.
Can you do me a favor when you go to church, Sarah? I need a high-ranking cleric. Doesn't matter if they're copper. Not anymore.
Okay.
Wait, we could...
Something to do with locating your father?
Very much so.
Well, I'm
need to
going while
find
it's
him.
I'm going while it's still light out, so you could come with.
I would say we've got many hours to kill.
Yes, we do.
Then I shall come with.
Did he tell you?
He doesn't have my father, nor does he know where he is. The orb that I took from my mother apparently can be used as a focus. And it is what she used in the past to communicate with Octuvian.
She did. Why?
Knowing my mother, probably to find a solution. She was a kind-hearted woman.
Smart one, too.
Loyal, but big heart. She would have probably tried to find a way to maybe let bygones be bygones, and I don't know. Regardless of what their relationship was, I have an orb which can be used as a focus. Should give me a higher chance of success.
To find
Plus,
him.
I have a bone of his arm, so to have something to focus in on that was his.
You've still got that.
Oh yes, I made sure that it no longer had any fleshy bits on it, but yeah, I have it. If it does the job, it will prove useful, and if it doesn't, then
Right. So, do you want to go back to the house first, or should we go to church straight away? It's a bit of a walk, anyway.
I'm fine. Big guy.
Have you caught up with Azura, or?
I was going to say before you respond, how far ahead of the group were you? Reasonably.
60 feet, maybe.
I think we let you walk away that far before we start following you.
In a brisk jog.
He runs away. He's like, no, I don't want to hear it. Sprints.
I mean, we did kind of...
I guess I will yell towards Azura.
Just turn and...
Church! House. Your preference.
What doing?
What doing?
What's doing?
What doing?
Literally, he's just turned to face you, and you'll just see a
shrug. Would you have made it to the gate? Amidst the conversation.
Possibly, if they're all walking together and he's still 60 feet in front, maybe by now would have just been approaching the gate.
Okay. In the interest of what comes next, would you like to roll for it? Or not?
What do you want me to roll?
It's up to you, mate. Like, because you know, you've had conversation. You said that you'd walked off ahead. So I can only go off that. I'm trying to determine how far ahead are you. And would you have got to the gate reasonably before the others?
I mean, my standard walking speed is faster than everyone else's. I got a 50 feet walking speed.
Jesus.
Yeah, so yes, I would have.
Okay. In that case, give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, shit. Be good. Be good. Oh, God, no, it's not good. It's a 3.
A 3.
Oh, no.
Oh, man. Oh, no.
Oh, shrug.
You hear the words from an unfamiliar voice. As you stand in the doorway and you shrug, you turn towards the gateway. You hear the words in an unfamiliar voice. Good afternoon, Gem Prince. Do me a favour.
What, another one?
Another one? Do me a favour and go with him. You have been charmed. Would you, quote unquote, go with him?
I mean, if I've been charmed, yeah.
In that case, you feel the hand of a green dragonborn place on your shoulder, and a smile, a friendly smile, creeps across his face as he nods, and you disappear. And that is where we will end the session.
Oh,
Bitch.
No. Oh,
Is this a bad time to say that I might not be here next week?
Son of a
Son of a bitch!
bitch.
neither will I by the look of it. Oh,
Bye, Felicia.
oh no.
Oh, yes.
So, as everyone approaches the city, Azora disappears. I'll say, give me an Arcana check. Azora. Sorry.
Me? Oh,
I was
God.
about to say, I'm about to roll then.
Yeah, with my +1. We're 10. 10.
10, I'll say realistically, thematically, I suppose. Not that it hugely matters or benefits anyone else, but you see the hand of the green dragonborn is placed on your shoulder, and they make a motion as if they are opening a door, and you step forward and then disappear.
Oh, you got dimension door down. How nice.
Oh,
How pleasant.
And that is where we will end. So we might not be here next week, you say?
Might.
Okay, we'll figure all that out later. But that is where we will end. I feel like if we've got some people in here, I don't normally raid out, but I feel like we should probably raid out if we've got.
we have a lot of people here.
I don't know who to raid. Let's have a look who's on. Thank you all for staying a bit longer.
You're welcome.
The boy, he's gone. The boy.
Oh boy. Okay, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go and raid Honey. For anyone that used to watch the GTA streams, my boy Daniel, who has just become chief of PD.
What?
Why
Wow.
go forward?
There we go. Yes. Thank you all for joining. Mr. Sprinkle Tits, we will save. What a name. We will. I'll send you a message. We can go through some of that stuff, but for the sake of keeping everybody live for X amount of time, with Berg falling asleep, we will be back soon. Much love. Stay safe. Look after yourselves. Join the Discord.
Cheers.
We can always talk in there.
Yeah.
And we'll see you soon.
Peace.
Peace.